Hello, everybody! If it's Wednesday, it's Warhammer, and that must mean it's time for another episode of Warhammer Weekly. Joining me, as always, my one and only co-host Tyler. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Fantastic. Good to see everybody. Good to be here.
Absolutely. And also joining us for the first time on the show, reporting live from
Time.
the All Points, I assume. It's Jordan. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing good, yeah. Excited to talk about some slaves. Getting away from my goody two shoes order elves and whatnot. So
That's right. It's time to fall to darkness. The ruinous powers have claimed us all. I realized tonight somebody tweeted in response, will they fall to chaos? And I was like, I own every chaos army. Now, given my Nurgle force was against my will and it's a very small force, it's, only maybe it's not even a full 2,000 points. But I mean, I have 13,000 points of Skaven and I something like 9,000 points of Slaves of Darkness. So I feel like I'm in the club here. Okay, I got this. This is my home. I didn't even realize it, but I have truly given way to the dark powers. So, but before we get to that review, of course, we've got some news. Tyler, what's up, buddy?
I've been instructed to keep this under 5 minutes or less per, so let's go very quick here, folks. Hammer engine, of course, it's a 40K thing. It's always a 40K thing. Let's move on with our lives.
Correct. You can tell from the machined bolt, as I told Tyler earlier, they don't have machined parts on AOS things. So, this. Okay. Next.
Sweet. Check. Reveal show this Friday at the US Grand Open finale. So they're doing a little preview show. They sent out an image. Looks like we might be getting the update to the Battletome we've been wanting. Spike gets. I want to see that new spider kit. Let's do it. And any other goodies they've got. So 9 p.m. Friday, 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. 12 midnight for East Coast folks.
11 o'clock
11
for Eastern.
yeah.
It's 2
Sorry.
hours. Yeah, so basically 11 o'clock Eastern, cycle from there. Like 10 Central and 4 a.m. or whatever in the UK and Western Europe and that time zone there, and 5 a.m. for France and west of the Western Europe part, so, or Eastern Europe, whatever. You get it. You understand. You know where you are. Anyways, yes, a lot. It's late. We probably won't do a show even when they do announce kits, which they tweeted out that image or whatever, and it had all the glowing mushrooms in it, and it just couldn't have been more saying hey, by the way, at this point, if they don't do gits, disappointment. Disappointment.
Outrage.
Yeah. I'm at a wedding on Friday. That's the only reason. But I don't know. Tom is at that same wedding, so I guess anything's possible. We'll see. All right. What else we got?
Good luck to everybody this weekend. Excited. They're going to have some coverage, so that'll be nice to see. They'll be streaming some Age of Sigmar games through their Warhammer Live. So yeah, looking forward to that. And then Warhammer Fest tickets are on sale April 29th, May 1st, 2023, Manchester Central, United Kingdom. Looks like a pretty incredible event. Single day entry, £20. Standard weekend entry, £40. Got a goodie bag version. Yeah, Vince, you're going to be there?
Most likely I'll be there, yeah. 95%. I should be teaching over in the UK either the week before or after that, so there's kind of no reason not to go to Fest as well if I'm already in the UK. So it's kind of meant to be aligned there. So yeah, should be good. Looking forward to it.
Okay, that's it, I think.
That's it. Next.
Nice.
Next. All right, we did it. Okay, so next thing, pick of the week. Jordan, what would you like to share with everybody?
I gotta give a shout out to some fellow Battle Report creators, my buddies and all our buddies over at Rerolling Ones who it's funny when I'm not editing or playing or filming for Battle Reports, I'm usually watching them while painting. And they've been pumping out a bunch lately with they had a Slaves on Slaves, Archaon vs. Bellator, and a bunch of others out recently. So I've been enjoying those. So I gotta give a shout out to the whole crew over there.
Very nice. I will link that down below. Tyler, what do you got?
So, friend of the show, Alice, she did an in-depth review at Goonhammer of the Slaves and Darkness Battletome. Read that earlier today. Really enjoyed it. And then I actually haven't watched this yet. I came across it just a little bit ago, seeing what else is out there. Slaves of Darkness. So this relatively new channel, I think it's relatively new. Swolehammer, SWOLE, one word. They did a faction focus with Emma Mingles. So anything with Emma, I'm sure is going to be insightful and fun. Yeah, recommend that. I'm looking forward to watching that maybe after our show here.
Nice.
So yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I will see your 2 picks with my own 2 picks and break form. So first off, with a connection to last week's episode where we reviewed the Ogre Battletome. Go check that out if you haven't yet and you're interested in ogres. Also a very fun Battletome. And that would be, if you're interested in the lore side, a thing we never talk about and will never talk about for the most part on this show. You can check out our good buddy 2+ Tough. Doug is over there just getting that hot Ogre Maw Tribes lore right into your veins. That will be linked down below. Great stuff. Nice, easy 15-minute video. Get all the knowledge you need about the Maw and the ogres and what they're all about. At the same time, if you'd like a little review, second voice about the marks and some of the stuff we're going to talk about tonight in the S2D review, our buddy Paul Conti over at Radio Free Hammer Hall is also very excited about the S2D book, and he put up a video about that. So check it out, and I'll answer Nick Sacamano. There we go. Sorry, Nick, if I mispronounced your last name. Absolutely, we're pushing toward 100K. We can get there. I believe in it. But hey, if you just hit like, I'll thank you very much for that. So everybody hit like for to give your soul over to the powers of chaos. That's what I say. But yeah, subscribe if you haven't. We're gonna jump into it. Okay. Awesome. Well, with those picks out of the week, let's talk about some hobby time. Jordan, you mentioned watching their reports while you're painting. What have you been painting while you're locked inside the Varenspire there?
Always too many things on the go at one point. So juggling between finishing up a unit of 6 stalkers for OBR. I'm about.
You need 9, Jordan, and actually need 18.
I know. I want 18. I only have 6 at the moment, but finishing them up. Also halfway through a unit of 10 wind chargers from Lumineth. And the reason I've been back and forth between those is because Lumineth with all the trim is just honestly so painful for me to paint. I to do it for 2 nights and then have to move to something else. And then between those things, also building and prepping to paint a ton of Slaves to Darkness, the new stuff all coming out. I just actually spent a night working on the Demon Prince, and I threw big thick pins into his wrist and head so I can, interchange all the different head options and weapon options. So I just, we've been doing that. Always too much on the go.
That is a lot. And also, that Demon Prince, it's funny how much better he looks without the goofy head. Like, they put the worst head on him in the art. Basically, all of the god-specific heads are better. A couple of them better than those. I also saw our good buddy Doom and Darkness replace the head with, like, the Ogroid, with one of the Ogroid Therodon heads. And that looks, like, perfect. So, I mean, the point is there's a lot of good head options in that box that aren't the default undivided head, which honestly is not great. He looks kind of silly. So, hey, but 4 out of 5 ain't bad. I'll take it.
There's even 2 undivided heads, and the other one is much better than, like you said, the one they showed.
You're right. Yeah, absolutely. It's just like that was the worst one to assemble it with. And then, let's not, yes, agreed. Okay. I thought I had a lot of projects going, but that's a lot. Okay. And in proof that aesthetics is always personal, Mark says, I disagree. I love the main head. Hey, there you go. Look, that's, different strokes for different folks, I suppose. That's always, you can never tell. Tyler, you got any hobbying done? What you been painting, Tyler, now that you're in the club?
I really got to get back on the horse. Been slacking. A lot of games. That's got to count for something. I'm loving this book. The TTS. All my thoughts will be in the show, so I'll just leave it at that.
How many games have you gotten in so far?
I have played 6 games.
Pretty good.
Battletome.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. I have gotten in. I've only played 2, but I also got to play against slaves once. So we'll call that 3, right? That's still, you still get to see him in action. It's just,
For sure.
similar thing. Okay. All right. For myself, my hobby time, I did get those games in. Paint-wise, still making my way forward very, very slowly on one of those Ogroid Therodons, but he's for Golden Demon. But instead, in turning to some video efforts this week, we've been painting up this guy right here, Mr. Little Goth Rocker dude, because he's cool and fun, and orcs are fun, and an orc with a electric guitar is the most fun. So I just couldn't help myself or resist. So I'm painting that little guy up for a video. So that'll come out very far in the future. But yeah, there you go. I'm looking to get some more stuff going here very soon, but it's not enough time in the day, it seems, unfortunately, and this traveling nonsense has to stop. Too many other things going on. I need to just sit alone in my house for like 3 weeks and paint. Nothing else going on. So anytime that can happen, I look forward to it. It will never happen, but it'd be nice. All right. With that, gentlemen, look at that. In near record time.
Haven't even hit 15 minutes yet. Amazing.
We did it. Mission accomplished. Unfurl the banner. Here we go. Gentlemen, we're going to talk about Slaves to Darkness, S2D, the 2022 Battletome. As per usual, I'm going to hit my high-level overview here, and then I want to go to you, both of you, for your thoughts on this. So here's my high-level thoughts. This is a very different book than the previous incarnation. Unlike Ogres last week, where when we talked about it, it was very much kind of a gentle evolution of the previous tome, this is very, very different. Now, some of the units still might have similar-ish rules, but the way that they work, especially as an army, completely different. We've moved away from bubbles and buff management into a sort of solo operator toolbox, with marks enhancing certain roles, where you want to have certain pieces in your army filling very strongly into certain roles. So away from the mono god build that you would have seen before, as you were trying to keep everybody corn marked to have your generals big aura bubble out to everybody equally or something, because if they weren't getting the general or the hero's buff, who cares? They weren't getting anything from the mark. Now to sort of mixed marks for maximum efficacy. There is lots of good choices, but you very much can't have it all. I'd say there's pretty decent internal balance in this book, but there are some losers and traps in here for sure. For those who aren't aware, there was a day 1 FAQ for this, but there are still more issues remaining. Happily, my final 2 thoughts are: 1, the Iron Wall of Chaos is back. It's back, baby. The thing that I wanted and didn't have in the last book. Like, we just forgot Chaos Warriors and Chaos Knights, and the mainline things are supposed to be interesting and good in the last book. Nope, those are back in a big way. It's big time for those. And secondly, Johnny's Rejoice. For you have the book of books that has been placed in your lap. This is very much a Johnny book. I cannot say that strongly enough. If you love list tinkering and playing with stuff like that, this is your book. Okay. There's my speed run overview. Jordan, I want to come over to you first. What's your 40,000-foot view take on this book? Do you like it, and what have you noticed so far?
Yeah, I think you nailed it with kind of the comment about it being a Johnny book. The book went from having predominantly 2 builds for the past couple years to even when this, within days, obviously this has been, there were images floating around well before release, but it's like there were 5 builds that emerged that people were talking about commonly. Normally there's always 1 or 2, or often in the past there's always been 1 or 2, but there's a couple more than others, but there's still, I think, a lot of depth to this book. And with, like you said, with the number of Warscrolls in here, there's endless amounts of tinkering and depth to it that I think someone that's really invested in the book can be exploring it for months and a long time to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quickly, for those in the chat who might not be familiar with these terms we throw around a lot, Johnny, Timmy and Spike, what is Johnny? Johnny wants to express something. These are psychographic profiles. Johnny is your list maker, your innovator, your wombo combo breaker. He loves interesting synergies. He loves taking units that don't seem good on the front and then making them, really, really good due to clever play. And Johnny likes it when there's a lot of different pieces and parts that he can put together to suddenly ramp the efficiency way up to 1,000. Like that he can see through the matrix to the code and build something that is greater than the sum of its parts. That's Johnny. Okay, Tyler, what do you got?
Yeah, any specific questions for me? I mean, obviously, there's so much to say about this.
Yeah, just give me the high level, man. Hit me. Do you like it?
I love the book. Yeah, I mean, I think it does have a fair number of misses, but that's to be expected with these massive battle tomes like Stormcast, right? There's going to be Warscrolls that are going to be redundant or just misses. So internal balance could be better. I think it's fair to say most of the sub-factions are sufficiently attractive. Not entirely sure about the spoilers, but I can see play for all of the others. Maybe you guys will have some thoughts on despoilers, help me figure out what we might be able to do there. I think the external balance will be good. It's a melee-centric army. Most melee-centric armies in the history of AOS stay in check by the nature of what they are. Apart from that period,
unless it's the early period of 2019, yes.
2019, yeah. So, which is a whole other topic. But yeah, so my guess, I'm curious what you guys, we want to make some predictions here on the win rate, where this might end up. So like participation rate, player rate, and win rate. I think the player rate will be pretty high on this Battletome once people start getting the armies painted up. There's so much you can do, so many cool models. I guess the win rate will be 49 to 51%, kind of what I feel, or 48, 52%, somewhere around there, right in the middle is where I think it'll settle. So, but yeah, it's an incredible book. I've been playing a lot of Kabbalist, just kind of not going full hog, just dipping my toes in, like 3 heroes, couple endless spells. You can still get a lot else. Love Kabbalist. So yeah, I can say more about that when we get into sub factions, but really well done overall.
Jordan, you want to take a swing at some numbers?
For win percentage, I expect it to be like probably like 50 to 55. Like,
yeah,
probably sitting at 52, 53, which is a great spot to sit. I think just there's going to be a lot of depth to it, but I think there is good efficiency just in the Warscrolls and stat lines alone that will, allow, your average player to win games, just on the backs of good units, which is a great thing. And yeah, so I think it'll be above average, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is it's very hard to combine. So like the only books that combine a large player base with a high win rate have auto win buttons in them. So right. Like Sons of Batman, right? Johnny books don't hit 60% or 58% or something like that. They just don't, because they require, like, the skill floor is too high. And so when you up the player rate a bunch, you just get people of, like, players of lower skill playing the book. So I do think you're right that this will have a high percentage on the player rate. I don't know what that means. I don't know where they sit right now, what high defines as. Probably I would assume like 7 to 10% is high right now. That's traditionally been a high number. Understanding that, like, if everybody split all armies evenly, it'd be like 3.5% or something like that would be the average. Of course, that's not a real number, but still. I mean, to me, it feels like it's right dead in the middle. It might drift slightly higher, like that is to say maybe you'll end up at like 51%, something like that. But that feels like very much the range to me. I mean, it is a melee only army, as you mentioned, and like melee only armies for the most part, like melee only armies just have problems going, getting out of control because they have to go risk something, commit something to win. Now, there are some challenging scrolls in this book that might need a little bit of tweaking, but like if I had to make a guess right now, take both of these books, un-FAQ'd, unchanged, unpointed, between like the Ogre book last week and this book this week, what ends up at a higher win rate off the rip? It's the Ogre book 10 out of 10 times. Okay? Because Iron Blaster Castle, like, is just way stronger. Like, it's ridiculously stronger. It's too strong is the answer, as we saw at just one sample tournament this last weekend. But that's a problem. Like, you don't want lists that restricted. Here, as you mentioned, Jordan, there's just so many lists that seem at least interesting to explore, viable, and we're talking about like from a competitive angle. When you broaden that out and you say like, well, I'm not going for the most competitive thing, then it's just like even wider, right? Like if you're just talking like middle competitive, it just goes crazy. So, okay.
One other thing that stood out in my game so far, the lack of command point generation is a very healthy constraint on this Battletome. This book has a lot of ways it's wanting to use command points, starting with rally, potentially on a 5-up, right? With Knights of the Empty Throne, so that felt nice, that constraint. I was playing with Warlord a lot to have an extra command point. Appreciated that. And it plays the fundamentals really well. Like, it's one of those factions that can help you get better at the game in terms of positioning and counterplay, right? And it has the mobility to do that really well. Like, a classic would be you got 2x6 Furies, and it's kind of like Ether Wings or something, Jordan. You probably did this a lot with IDNF. You put your Ether Wings out on an objective, tiptoe them in, and whatever comes into them, you have a unit in place or units in place to counterattack, right? And so like it does that really well, and it has such good threat ranges on a number of units. It can do it especially well with Chaos Knights and Varangard, and even Chosen with Slaanesh command ability to run and charge. So anyway, I thought that's been really enjoyable, and kind of how it plays the fundamentals well.
I agree. And like Fabian had said, it seems like the list building is hard, but not the actual playing. If some lists become very good, net listing could carry the army up. My issue is I think the playing is actually hard to win with this, because like what you just said, Tyler, that's not push your models into the center and stand there, right? Which is the bar we're talking about for SOB. Like, you do have to use your piece as well. If you let like your knights get caught flat-footed and don't get them on the charge where they need to be, if they're not picking the right target, if they're hitting into something, they can just bounce and or get picked off very easily. Like, they're not that tough, right? Even with a better save now. So like there are real like you have to be using your pieces in a right way. Your stuff is expensive for the most part. There are exceptions, which we will talk about. Okay. Now I actually am going to start with a sort of different kind of slide here, and that's because before we get into any of the allegiance abilities and stuff like that, I actually am starting with just this buff overview. Okay, and the reason I wanted to start with the buff overview is because I think that it's really important to have this in a table form where you can contextualize this, because otherwise as you're reading, it becomes very hard to remember, like, wait, which one goes where? What can I be stacking together? Now you can just read across and understand what can apply to what. So I wanted to kind of go through the marks. Now, the only thing I don't have on here is the command ability that generates from the mark. The marks also each of them generates a command ability for the hero. We'll talk about those in just a moment, but they're less impactful when taken as a whole. The Slaanesh one maybe as a singular exception. But other than that, they're kind of just like oftentimes ignorable, I suppose, to a point. So, all right, let's get into it. Here we go. Undivided. So the undivided mark itself, when applied to a unit, mortal and ogroid units gain Eye of the Gods. So this means like your knights and your warriors and stuff like that can gain Eye of the Gods, and hence roll on that table and get those bonuses. You roll differently when you're rolling for a unit than you do for a hero. We'll talk about that in a moment. Heroes who are undivided get to re-roll one die after you've rolled both dice on the Eye of the Gods table. So they're good at Eye of the Gods. Okay. Now, there is also an ensorcelled banner option, a unique enhancement. Think of it like mount traits or something like that in other books. Those can be applied to Chosen, Chaos Warriors, and Chaos Knights only. Those are the only 3 units that can carry the ensorcelled banner. I'm kind of sad that the Ogroids can't carry that, even though they have a giant banner guy. That would have been cool, but here we are. Okay.
Got the corn keyword. They'll be fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Like it would have been neat. It would have been a neat option, right? Because it's kind of cool that you can like give them. They gain the Eye of the Gods keyword, right, in the first mark. So like it would have been neat if I could have then given them the undivided banner as well. So whatever.
Absolutely.
But it's a minor thing. So with the banner for Undivided, you can roll 2 dice for your unit on Eye of the Gods and pick either one. So when they benefit, remember they gained Eye of the Gods. Now when you roll for them, they get to roll 2 dice and pick either one they want, increasing the chance that you get the buffs you want. Okay? Okay. All right. The Demon Prince has a unique heroic action that they can use. And it's based on the mark that they happen to have. And for Undivided, that gives them always strikes first. They don't just have the ability by default anymore. We're going to talk about heroic actions a lot because I think this book is... I think we're down plumbing that well too deep. I like there's too many heroic actions. There's too much going on as far as that goes in this book. And the War Shrine, which classically can grant prayers, which the prayers are now locked. The unit has to have the mark as well as the thing. So you can't just like give the Nurgle prayer to some rando corn unit or something like that. That's not how it works anymore. The prayer is mark locked. You have battle shock losses. So pretty underwhelming. Okay. Let's just talk Undivided abilities here real quick. Jordan, what do you like in the Undivided line? What if anything, right? And where would you use the Undivided stuff? Just looking at these buffs in an army.
I think the Eye of the Gods on getting it on a bunch of units that's a lot of fun. There's going to be different kind of tech and synergy in there, and I think that's Ridge obviously from the channel loves Slaves to Darkness. We talked about it a bunch. I think he said it. Eye of the Gods I think is going to be one area that hasn't really been talked about a ton, but I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity there to do some funky things.
Yep, agreed. Tyler, what's your take on this?
So expanding on that, one of the last games I played, rocking 10 Chosen, which is going to be very popular. I think in a lot of lists, 10 Chosen are just phenomenal. The TLDR is that by the end of round 2, if I were Undivided, like let's say Legion of the First Prince, which I think is really great with Undivided, I could have rolled 4 times for that 10 Chaos Chosen unit by the end of round 2. Sure. So the pregame, Chaotic Conduit, they killed Radukar, and when they killed Radukar, as well as 15 out of 20 Graveguard, or finished off the remaining Graveguard out of 20, they took an objective.
Yeah.
So that really stood out. 4 times with the banner, rolling 2 dice on a unit of 10 Chosen, stacking Rend, whatever else they might be able to get. So I do agree with Jordan. I think there's some really interesting play there with that. And yeah, I dig the banner. The Demon Prince. Yeah.
Go ahead, please. No,
I mean, the Demon Prince has issues, which we'll get into later. But
it does.
Yeah.
It does. For me, I've found I've always been including a couple of little tiny Undivided heroes in my list just because of the mark bonus where they get to reroll 1 die. Especially my new favorite boy we'll talk about in a little while, the Exalted Champion of Chaos, the Exalted Hero of Chaos or whatever. He's the best boy, my new favorite little guy. And just like having lots of chances to level that dude up is actually really rewarding and fun. I think this will appeal very much to sort of a certain type of player who likes these kinds of RPG mechanics, because you do feel like you're just leveling up all your units during the game, right?
Reminds me of another thing. So there's a key sequence, or with the Eye of the Gods table, right? You could potentially roll 2 1s and turn your hero into a Chaos Spawn.
Sure.
That's a problem if you're going after a very easy battle tactic, all else equal, which we'll get into from the book. Sure. Maybe I can save this for them. But the Undivided keyword plays a key part of that in helping to protect your hero that you're rolling Chaotic Conduit the spell for, to give you that easy battle tactic. So anyway, I can say more about that later, but I think it's really interesting in that context as well.
Yep. I have not cast Chaotic Conduit once yet, because every single time I've rolled to cast that spell, I failed. I've tried it in every round of every game I've played. It has never cast. Just
were you rolling 3d6 to cast?
Exactly.
I was not, to be fair. I was just rolling good old-fashioned 2d6, but it's not that hard of a number. It should have happened at least. I'm not saying it got unbound. Okay? I'm saying, the dice were just like, nope, this is not happening. Give up. I was like, all right. Just one of those funny oddities that stuck out to me. Okay, Corn. Our favorite angry boy Mark. The Mark bonus is +1 attack on the charge. You know it, you love it. Can't complain about it. It's solid. The banner, again restricted to chosen warriors and knights, is +1 to wound for melee attacks. Also seems pretty good. Not a bad thing at all. The Demon Prince heroic action lets you heal 1 wound each time you slay a model. Yeah, very Khorne. That we all know how much Khorne loves healing. I mean, I am aware that is an option on the table. I'm not sure it's the one people choose very often, but hey, here we go. And the War Shrine is +1 to charge, which, yeah, cool. Works well. Obviously, Khorne is, for the most part, looking across this, it is your highly offensive Mark, right? If you're playing by the ABCs, this is the place to be. Jordan, you played much with the Khorne Mark yet? What do you think about this one?
Yeah, that was the first one I jumped on, like many people. Just the synergy, you're looking at something like Knights of the Empty Throne, where all your mounted stuff gets to run and charge, gives you a lot more speed and mobility, and looking at things like cartridge racks with 10 knights and Vanguard. Both the marks are great for all of those, and then the banner on the knights is amazing. Just they hit on 4, so you can only get them down to 3s, but wounding on 2s automatically is amazing. So just I think that's that's playing a little more to the spiked players out there who want to go smash stuff. But that's definitely a build that I think I'm excited for, and is a little more linear, I think. Though still the same, like we talked about, there's still the same weaknesses of shooting and positioning are very important. But
yeah. Final Flash.
Those obviously jump out.
Sure. Final Flash. No, the +1 to wound isn't when you charge. The +1 to wound is just melee attacks. It's all the time. It's not, doesn't have to do with charging, which is nice. It's just a flat thing that's around, which is cool. That's what's really strong about it, actually, as a banner choice. Tyler, what about you?
Yeah, I'm not a whole lot to say here. I did a lot of wounds. You could make him a wizard in Kabbalist, Arcane Bolt, another D3 mortal wounds, Khorne command ability, another D3 mortal wounds. I don't know if you're going to spend a command point on that, but you could do some interesting like D3 mortal wound stacking, maybe Spike Tongue Curse, etc. But I thought that was kind of clever. But yeah,
I did have to use Spike Tongue Curse in a game this last weekend. I was down to it. I was digging as deep as I could go. Okay, the Tzeentch Mark. The general mark is a 6+ spell ignore. Oh, okay. Okay.
Should have been a 5, I think.
Boy, is that nothing. The banner is a 4+ ward versus missile attacks, which, that's actually not too bad. Depends on, how much shooting is in the meta as to the value of that. It's the same with all of those banners that are like that. There's, armies all over the place have like 4+ ward against spells, and it's like, okay, well, how many offensive spells are floating around in the meta, right? If a lot, then it's good. If low, then bad. It's pretty easy. The Demon Prince, depending on the turn you use the heroic action, it's either a 2+ spell ignore, which that's a much stronger spell ignore, I will grant, or it lets you cast a spell or have a new spell depending on what happens to be going on with that particular character. And then the War Shrine is -1 to be wounded. So -1 for things attacking that unit to their wound roll. Overall, I find the Tzeentch Mark the least readily accessible. It's the least interesting to me, but I don't think it's bad. If we end up living in Iron Blaster meta, then all of a sudden that 4+ ward becomes really strong, right? If spell doms continue to be a big part of it, and you see a lot of Technados and stuff like that out in the meta, sure, then having some kind of spell ignore might be valuable, even a 6+. I don't know, but it just feels underwhelming. It feels like it should have been a 5+ spell ignore. That's all I can think. Jordan, what about the Tzeentch Mark? Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Tyler. I'll let you go first. You go first this time. What about Tzeentch?
Yeah, I was gonna say, so the Tzeentch spell, right? The Tzeentch spell that you get when you go Tzeentch keyword, that's a huge part of the attraction of this in my mind. This is certainly, I think Tzeentch is going to be one of those Johnny areas. People can lean into list building, combos, interesting synergies. I mean, there's a number, right? You could have Legion of the First Prince. You have just take 5 basic Chaos Knights. They go in with Khorne, their +1 attack, they come out with Tzeentch keywords through the Legion of the First Prince. And then you have a Tzeentch wizard that relocates them. They're pretty good on the charge, so you can set them up. They changed one of their dice to a 4. So all else equal, can you roll a 5 on 4 dice, with the reroll included?
Yeah, sure.
So that's interesting. You can do things where you reposition wizards through that Tzeentch spell. That could be used offensively. Theoretically. That could be used offensively. I mean, Kabbalists can turn a lot of this on. It can be used offensively with endless spells, getting them out. So yeah, I mean, there's various tricks that you can do with it. I think it's kind of intriguing. But for the most part, yeah, Tzeentch isn't obviously attractive.
Fair enough. Jordan, anything else on Tzeentch?
Yeah, I think the high point that jumps out like on paper is the 4-up ward, or one of the most obvious things at least on the banner. But 2 of those 3 units already have a 5-up ward. Against mortals. That's true. So
yeah.
So most effective here though on Chosen that have no ward saved at all.
Right.
But it's still good on anything else.
Yep. I will also say there is a subtle thing I didn't list here that's worth mentioning with the Tzeentch mark, and that is if you're Tzeentch marked, you can go in the Silver Tower. So it does open the door to the unit being able to be put in reserve and then coming out of the Gaunt Summoner's stick. Mm-hmm. Right? So like that's sort of a hidden thing for the Tzeentch mark, but it is a thing. Okay. Nurgle. Oh boy. We're back to neg 1 to be wounded in melee. I'm glad. Welcome back. Welcome back. Neg 1 to be wounded in melee from the mark. This goes back to like making your guys toughness 5 when they have the Nurgle mark. I mean, as somebody who's played Warhammer since the mid-90s, Nurgle mark was classically the one of like, hey, did your army want to have some fun? Well, stop having that right now. Stop it. All of our things are egregiously tough and hard to wound is the classic Nurgle thing, and it's back. So there you go. The banner, which is not what it says in the book, it is updated as per the FAQ, is neg 1 to rend for melee attacks versus the unit that carries it. It is not the greatest banner in the entire world. It's just really, really good. Because neg 1 to rend is really good, it turns out. The Demon Prince heroic action, this is the best one on the list, which is no ward rolls for units within 3 inches. We'll talk about some ways about that when we get later on. And then the War Shrine has the only offensive buff out of this whole lot, which is +1 to wound for melee attacks. I mean, Nurgle pretty squarely sits in the I don't want, stop hurting me area. This will be a very popular choice for sort of blocks of Chaos Warriors, as you already mentioned, things like that. Jordan, what about Nurgle mark? You played around with this bad boy at all?
Yeah, 10, 20 Chaos Warriors, like you said, -1 to be wounded, and neg 1 rend. It makes 20 blocks nearly immovable.
Yep.
Especially you can back out and then rally on a 5-up.
Yep. I don't think there's anything more to be said. It's Nurgle is this, like, I don't mean this in an offensive way to Nurgle players, but the Nurgle one is the most smooth brain of all of these. It's just like even more than Khorne. It's so obvious what you're supposed to do with it. Okay. Not that that's bad. It's fine. Like it's a perfectly good mark. It's quite strong. But not busted. Slaanesh. The Slaanesh mark is +1 to run and charge. Very classic Slaanesh bonus. The banner is +1 attack on the charge. So it plays interestingly with the Khorne mark. Tyler and I have both talked about. We've both played around with having like 2x5 Chaos Knights in lists. One of them being Khorne marked, one of them being Slaanesh and carrying the banner, so that both units of Knights are +1 attack on the charge, that kind of thing. Whoa. The Demon Prince's ability is also +1 attack on the charge, because we just ran out of Slaanesh things. And by the way, could have just given her fight last. The inverse of the always strikes first. It could have just been make somebody fight last, right?
Cool.
But hey, what do I know? I guess we're so scarred by that period in 2019 that Slaanesh is still in timeout. It's fine. Our day will come eventually. It might have to be like 5th edition, but we'll get there. And
Ogres
then the War Shrine. What's that?
Ogres are living life right now. They're like it's 2019 all over again. So
absolutely,
somebody's having fun.
Somebody's having fun. And then the War Shrine has a really great prayer. This is a true standout for me in that the War Shrine prayer, all those prayers are on a 3-up, by the way. I didn't stake that, but they're all 3-up prayers, as we'll see. Grant somebody a 3d6 18-inch charge, right? Where you can roll 3d6 and you can declare the charge to 18 inches away. Really great. Really great ability. There are 2 sources of that in this book. The other one, which can be more universally applied, is also more limited into the units it can target, which is relevant. So this is quite a bit more universal. You mentioned like Slanesh Chosen earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And boy, oh boy, do they love when that War Shrine prayer comes around their way. It's a great day for them. Okay. So now that we've kind of got this framework here, all right, now that people have seen this, when we get into the individual items, we can spend a little less time on them later. And I hope this helps people, because when I was reading through all the Warscrolls the first time, I was like, wait, how much access to +1 attack on the charge do I have? Right? Like, depending on what can I put together to get that? And the answer is 1. Right? It's 1. It's never more than 1.
This is a Bloodstoker and Bloodsecrator free space tonight, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we'll mention the corn thing. The corn
like
problem. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll mention it. All right. Now let's get into the actual allegiance abilities. Okay. Oh, interesting. I don't know what my time is, because like Streamlabs just quickly momentarily reset. So give me a second here. I got to look at my actual time. There we go. Okay. I had to bring up my other clock. All right. Allegiance. Bloop. So, okay. We already talked about, this is the marks page. We already talked about all the basic marks. Let's just quickly touch on the command abilities here. Undivided gives you a command ability at the start of the combat phase that you can pick an undivided unit and give them +1 to wound if their melee weapons are targeting an enemy hero or monster. I hate this command ability. It is a combat phase command ability, which I already hate, number 1, because I always hate command, like, because I can be roared out of this.
Yep.
Okay, that's number 1. And number 2, it's competing with all-out attack and all-out defense, which are still better than this by far. And 3, it's then further restricted to where I have to be fighting particular types of enemies. It's not the worst thing in the world, I will openly admit, but it's meh. It's fine. It's fine. It's a hot 5 out of 10. Anybody disagree?
Nope.
Yeah, not a fan.
Okay.
It feels a little, I don't know. Some of these feel a little incoherent to me, or just off.
Yeah, sure. They're very strange. And yes, all that is correct, Final Flash. They have to be issued specifically from a hero with the mark. That's right.
Yes.
So you can't have like your unit champion issue these, which is kind of annoying. All right. Khorne gets a command ability that they use at the start of the charge phase that basically gives the unit a standard 2-up D3 mortal impact hits. Fine. Like, it's fine. You already meant my problem with this one is, I'm not saying it doesn't have use cases. I'm sure it does. Sometimes you just want to kill, like, get as much wounds in on the charge as you can.
Right.
But my issue with this one is you are very command point starved. You're starved for everything in this army, as a matter of fact. Like, as I mentioned, the heroic action thing. At least with command points, you can generate multiple a turn. Now, other than one exception in this army, effectively, you can only do 1 heroic action a turn, and I got like 5 of those I want to be using every round, right?
Sure.
But this one just barely feels like it's ever going to actually hit the bar of like, yes, this is worth a command point. That's the issue.
100%. Yeah. It's like I said, if you are looking to do 2 wounds or even a wound, right, on a key hero for a battle, something for a battle tactic, eye for an eye, gaining momentum, like, okay, but it's going to be very situational. For the most part, you're never going to do this, I would think.
Yep. All right, Zeech gets a spell instead of a command ability, and it is called Warp Reality. And it is a very confusing spell, even after the FAQ. This spell is... Okay, this is a tough spell to use. I'm just going to say it straight up, all right? And it has an FAQ question baked into it, even after it's been FAQ'd once. So, it's a spell with a casting value of 6 and a range of 9 inches. That is very short. If successfully cast, you pick one friendly Tzeentch unit visible to the caster, and remove that unit from the battlefield and set it up again within range of the caster and more than 9 inches from all enemy units. Also, it can't move. Also, they have to be within range of the 9 inches. Okay, so yada, yada, yada. Okay. FAQ questions. What happens if I pick the caster?
Sure.
I remove him from the battlefield. It is now time to set him up again. How do I satisfy the set him up within 9 inches of himself?
This came up in one of the discussion groups. I pointed out the flavor text, which I know this is a rules as intended argument, but to me, the flavor text makes it very clear what they intended, which is that you're not doing this on the caster. So it doesn't really matter. Like, I see what you're saying. Like, if they do rule it that way, then yeah, they need to
Sure. I mean,
that.
by the way, I'm also not sure. I think the reading on this is that you can pick someone at any range.
Yes.
Right? So they can be anywhere on the board, but you're warping them back to the caster. Okay.
100%. Just, and flavor text. Eldritch energy binds the sorcerer's allies, translocating them back to the sorcerer's side.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
like slam
and
dunk
like,
case on the intent.
The cool part is it can pull him out of combat. The problem is, like I said, nothing about it prohibits the caster from targeting himself, in which case then what happens? A paradox and he explodes, I guess. The game over. But so, like, it's neat because you can grab somebody at any range, but it's kind of doing the opposite of what you normally want to do with a teleport, which is you want to pull somebody from somewhere around you and put them somewhere else. Whereas here, it's pulling somebody from far away and pulling them back to you. So it's a little hard to use because the range doesn't limit the target, seemingly. Also probably worth an FAQ question because it just says visible to the caster. That's the only restriction on the unit chosen. The range only comes up when you set them back up. Mitchell, that's one interpretation. 9 inches from nowhere is anywhere, but another interpretation is 9 inches from nowhere is nowhere. So he cannot be set back up. That would also be a fair reading of the rules. So, at any rate, it's a weird spell.
I dig it personally. Like, I mean, I get some of the issues and it needs clarification, etc. But I love that it's the opposite of what we're familiar with.
Sure.
That's cool. That's clever. And I haven't tried it out yet. I could see some situations it's going to be a little challenging to set up. But I mean, obviously, the general idea is that you plan in advance. So you move your Tzeentch wizard right on one side of the table, and then you have whatever go in on the other side, and then you can relocate. Or, I mean, you could probably think of a number of clever uses. I mentioned casting, unbinding. There's clever things you can do with it on that front. I really love that it's oriented around trying to set things up in advance. Your opponent can screw that up, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bad. I just think it is sometimes
useful.
difficult to use. Yeah.
You have to use it as much as a normal teleport.
Right. It is a little bit more fiddly in its use. That's the word I'm going for. Yes, but it's not bad. I don't want to make people think I think it's bad. I do not think that at all. I actually used it a couple times in a game I just played, screwing around with different tricks. Okay, which we'll talk about in a minute. Mark of Nurgle, command ability at the start of the combat phase. Strike 1. A friendly Nurgle Slaves to Darkness unit has to receive it. After this unit fights for the first time in that phase, roll a dice for each enemy unit within 3 inches of this unit. On a 3-up, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Boy, if I didn't think the corn one was going to clear the bar of worth a command point, this one is definitely not clearing the bar. Because I have to choose it at the start of combat. Like, what if that unit dies before they go? There's all sorts of questions this raises, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, hopefully that's not going to happen. Hopefully you know what happens. What if your unit kills the enemy unit and there's nobody else within 3 inches? Like, you just rolled well. Well, then, like, the number of situations where you wouldn't use this command ability or wouldn't risk it for the biscuit is so high. And even then, it's a 3-up for D3 mortals. Okay.
Like it should have been equivalent to contagion points, maybe, where they trigger at the start of the battle shock phase. Make this at the start of the battle shock phase. If you got a command point hanging around, you got 3 or 4 enemy units coming to you, why not?
Sure.
Yeah, the fact is start of the combat phase, pretty useless.
The only thing I'd note is that it is each enemy unit rather than just one, like the corn
Yeah.
one. So on a block of Chaos Warriors, whatever, that are tanking an objective, and your enemy throws everything into it. Again, very situational, but it's kind of cute here or there.
Yeah. It's a good point.
I mean, you're still, Jordan, you're probably using all that defense, aren't you? That's kind of why I was thinking, like, it'd be nice at the start of the battle shock phase. But yeah, I had a turtle, a Killing King, and 2 sharks that came into me, and I was like, oh, I was thinking about, I was like, well, I'd just rather do all that defense.
Or
like,
I take the best buff in the entire game, which is +1 to save on this anvil unit. Tough decision.
So you'll use it if you already have Mystic Shield and your opponent has no rend.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. We figured it out. Okay. We can find this corner. All right. And then finally the actual useful one. Okay, Ghost Lanesh. It's just run and charge. That's it. It's just run and charge. Cool. The only thing that's ironic about this as the best command ability is that, as we'll see, there's a whole sub-faction that just more or less grants this to your army, quite likely, depending on your particular list build. So, okay. But sure, why not?
So, yeah, I mean, this gets me very excited about, obviously, Chosen, we're going to mention a lot.
Sure.
I mean, so the average threat range of 10, let's take 10 Chosen, you'll see a lot, 21, 22 inches. Get Slanesh, add 1 to run and charge. They have a banner that adds 1 to charge, and then you auto 6, right?
Yeah.
That's an extraordinary threat range, particularly as a counter-attacking unit. You know, again, where you're playing the positioning game, you're trying to be thoughtful, and you can catch somebody out on the speed of a powerful unit like that can activate twice. Same principle, maybe a little less interesting on 6 Theridans. Can do some good work with this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the good one. That's the bottom line. It's very much the good one, and it's very much in line with what the general mark is granting. That's one of the interesting challenges, is that, like, not all of these really align to what the mark is doing. Like, there's no direct synergy there, but this one is like straight as an arrow, baby. It's like, be better at running, be better at charging, be better at, and then run and charge. It's just like, yep, this is everywhere you want to go. I want to go to there. Okay, cool. Let's talk about Eye of the Gods. Eye of the Gods is awesome now. It's the best thing in this book. I just mean, like, from a fun perspective. I'm not talking about competitively. This table's amazing. I love it. I love the expanded way you can get at it now. All right. So, at the end of each phase, for each enemy hero or monster destroyed by a friendly Slaves to Darkness unit with the Eye of the Gods keyword, including those destroyed by an ability or spell, which is cool. You don't have to kill them in like melee. Anyway, if you make them dead, you get to roll. Good job, GJU. You make a 1 roll in the Eye of the Gods table for that Slaves to Darkness unit and apply the effect of the result. In addition, everybody's favorite 2 words in Warhammer, if you gain control of an objective previously controlled by your opponent, make 1 roll in the Eye of the Gods table for each friendly Slaves to Darkness unit with the Eye of the Gods keyword that is contesting it. So, you can get into situations, as Tyler recounted earlier, where you charge the enemy objective, kill a hero, take the objective, and end up getting multiple rolls for a particular unit, which is awesome. Okay? So that's fantastic. So good stuff. The Eye of the Gods table itself, as you mentioned already, 2, your old Snake Eyes turns into a spawn. You can also, like, basically what it actually does is the hero's slain. You don't have to turn it into a spawn. So,
oh sure,
ironically, that's a can. Like, the actual rule is just the hero slain, and then if you want, you can set up a spawn. Fine, whatever. Who cares? On a 3, no effect. On a 4, you heal D3 wounds. On a 5, you get a 2-up spell ignore for the next spell you get targeted by. And then we get into the good stuff. Okay? Which is, for the rest of the battle, +1 to charge. For the rest of the battle, 6-up ward. For the rest of the battle, +1 rend to all melee weapons. For the rest of the battle, they become a wizard or get to cast one additional spell. However, if you're a Khorne unit, you get 2 shots at +1 rend, because that's what this becomes instead. You don't become a wizard in Khorne, you just get more rend. So you get 2 numbers that make you more rendy, which is cool. 10 is a 5-up ward, and 11 and 12, you can either choose to turn into a Demon Prince or pick any result off the table if you don't happen to have a Demon Prince model, or you want to. Or if you're a Lord on Karkadrak and don't want to downgrade yourself into a much worse Demon Prince. Instead, you could just get another Rend and be ready to just go kick the living crap out of people. So, good times. That's the table. It's super fun. A quick note on units, how they roll. A unit, when it rolls, does not roll 2d6 like a hero. So obviously heroes push toward the middle because they have a standard 2d6 chart. Now that can get affected by Undivided, where you can reroll one of the dice where it'll tilt it like this, as opposed to directly over the 7. However, units roll a d6 plus 2, meaning their results are somewhere between 3, nothing happens, and 8 plus 1 rend. So, cool.
Yep. Definitely excited to play around with this, like Jordan said. And, there could be something really here that we haven't heard or seen a whole lot yet. So excited to see what the community comes up with. I had a hero one game, guys, that was casting 4 spells. The first 2 rolls in the Eye of the He was already at 2 spells in Kabbalist. Eye of the Gods, boom, boom. Got the 9, 4 spells. Eat your heart out, Alariel. It's amazing.
Oh, start rubbing it in.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this table is just called, did you want to have fun when you were playing Warhammer? Like, again, I'm very much the person this table is designed for. I want to roll on this table all the time. I love this table. It is super fun. The first game I played, the last roll of the entire game, was me turning a Dark Oath Chieftain into a Demon Prince. I don't know. That's an incredible return on investment right there. I'm just saying. So, great stuff. All right. Let's see. All right. If you do not choose to be a Demon Prince after rolling well, then you are the smelliest of spikes. Hey, look, I'm sorry. I'm not turning my Lord on Karkadrak into an inferior unit, okay? He's too much. He is way too much better than a Demon Prince to ascend. He's going on the road of Archeon, who has also turned down Dark Apotheosis more times than he can count. He gets one of those. That's like letters. Archeon and being offered demonhood is like getting phone calls about extending your car warranty. Okay, he gets them all the time. He's sending those directly to spam at this point. He's not interested. All right. Okay. Continuing. There are legions we'll talk about in a minute. Good stuff. You get 2 new heroic actions. A note on these heroic actions that I am going to say, because I have noticed many people make this mistake, including me. Initially, when I read it, I missed this too and was corrected. I noticed Paul made the mistake in his video today. It's okay. It's an easy one to make. You can only carry out these heroic actions with heroes who have the Eye of the Gods keyword. So even though Draw on Power doesn't say anywhere in there that you have to have Eye of the Gods in the thing, like Pledge to the Dark Gods does, you do have to have Eye of the Gods because that's what this area up here says. So no drawing on power with your Gaunt Summoner, for example, or with Archeon, or whatever. Okay?
Really? Gaunt Summoner doesn't have Eye of the Gods. Oh, wow. Okay.
No, he's already one of 9 chosen of Tzeentch.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, 8 now, I guess, because one of them died, I think, permanently. I believe one of them got permanently killed.
Eye of the Gods. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's not that many of those dudes around. They're very special.
Yeah.
Like, they're when you're... I mean, they show up all the time in armies and stuff, but they are very unique people in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Pledge to the Dark Gods. Pick one friendly Slave's Darkness hero with the Eye of the Gods keyword until the end of that turn. Each time you roll on the Eye of the Gods table for that hero, you can roll 3 dice instead of 2, and pick any 2 of the dice you rolled as your score. Obviously, when combined with your Undivided mark, you are ready for some hot rolls, baby. Like, you are just hot roll-a-thon. Challenge is this is very hard to use. You need to know for, you're blowing a heroic action on it. That is an extremely limited resource. And you kind of have to know, like, I'm definitely going to go kill that hero this turn, or take that objective that my opponent controlled, or something. Okay. All right. Now, draw on power is pick one friendly Slaves to Darkness Wizard, again, who would have to have the Eye of the Gods keyword. Until the end of that turn, when making casting rolls with that wizard, roll 3 dice instead of 2. However, if the unmodified roll on 2 or more of those dice is 1, the spell miscast and it suffers d6 mortal wounds instead of d3. Okay, Jordan, coming over to you on these heroic actions. Do you like them? Do you think they are valuable? Have you used them? Or have you seen them be used?
Yes, I love them both, honestly. I think Pledge to the Dark Gods, like you said, is situational. You have to know you're taking an objective, killing a hero, or something, or your opponent has no wizards to unbind your spell, or you're not going to be using this one every turn, but it's amazing when you do have that ability, or you can guarantee that you're going to be rolling. So that's great. And then draw on power, I think, is the opposite, where this one is great every turn.
Right.
In my mind, especially, like they're great, slave spells in the lore and on Warscrolls, and even like on a humble sorcerer lord with an arcane tome. Like it's not his first cast. It's not one cast. It's when he makes casting rolls.
Right.
So if a 2-cast wizard, both of them on 3d6, that's very strong in an army that didn't traditionally have a lot of spellcasting buffs.
Yep, absolutely. And I will say, I am not afraid of that 2 or more dice or one thing, like, at all. Like, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares?
So a good trick with that is retinue. So you go Kabbalist and really lean into this.
Stop. You are not a Skaven player. You do not have the soul of a Skaven.
I do not.
If this minor risk scares you,
Warhammer,
then like, you need to get the heart of the Skaven. Okay, this is a huge bonus. And on the what? Okay, Tyler, let me ask you a question. An enemy has just hit you with a d6 damage ranged attack. Way too common, right? What damage do they roll every time?
Obviously a 1.
Obviously. So who cares? It doesn't become D3 plus 3. It becomes D6. Who cares? Just roll a 1 or 2. Pfft, whatever.
Before I was rudely interrupted by this nonsense. Retinue on Chaos Warriors, Warscroll. There's no limit right now on the number of Chaos Lords. You can have the same Chaos Warrior unit be the retinue for.
Sure.
So Kabbalist, I've been running 2 Chaos Lords, 1 Sork Lord, 5 spells with Arcane Tome, rolling a lot of 9s on the Eye of the Gods, 6, 7 spells. It feels so good. And then you're protected from blowing your head off. Because I'll roll that 6, personally. Might not, but...
Yeah. I feel like you need to believe in yourself more. Like, who cares? That's such a non-downside. Whatever. I take much bigger risks in Skaven for much less reward, and it's fine. 50% of the time it works. 100% of the time. Okay, let's keep going. All right, command traits. All right, so these are divided into demon princes, who they really, really want to be your general. Okay, like. They really, in this army, want you to take a Demon Prince General. A lot. And normal everybody else. Which, by the way, Demon Princes can also select from the normal stuff, too. So, whatever. Okay, Death Dealer. Once per battle in the combat phase, you can fight for a second time, but you strike last. Eye of the God, or Favorite of the Pantheon. You get to roll an Eye of the Gods after setup one time. Arch Sorcerer, you know all the spells. And Idolater Lord. What will be one of the most popular choices. This general becomes a priest. We could have stopped right there. Yeah. We just could have stopped right there and it would have been amazing. But we're going to keep going. In addition, you can choose to replace the undivided keyword on every undivided cultist unit in your army with one of the God marked keywords, and all the cultist units get that, and it has to match your general. So if you want all Khorne, let's just, I'm a complete hypothetical, total, just out of the blue, out of the ether idea. Let's say you're running a ton of snaky boys, just the cultists, right? The snaky boy cultists. No reason.
I think
It's I'm just. This is complete hypothetical. I don't know that anybody would ever do this. Let's say you got like a bunch of those, like probably too many, frankly, and you want them to all get even more attacks on the charge. Sure, then you just make them all Khorne. And in addition, your general is also a priest, which is cool. Snaky Boys is Splintered Fang, by the way. Yes. Okay, so there's those, and then Demon Princes. Not to be denied, my favorite command trait with the worst sentence structure in its not to be denied. Is this like Yoda's command trait? Like, what is going on here? In each hero phase, once you've carried out a heroic action, if you did not carry out the heroic action with this general, you carry out an additional heroic action with this general. The heroic action carried out with this general cannot be the same as the other heroic action you carried out in this phase. Very good. Very, 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 very good on a Demon Prince. And yet again, this is another thing where they're like, hey, don't you want to make the Demon Prince your general and get 2 heroic actions? Heroic actions are pretty good in this army. So it's, okay, got it. Bolstered by Chaos, add 2 to this general's wounds characteristic. In addition, this general becomes a monster, so if you want a monstrous Demon Prince, you can do so. Radiance of Dark Glory heals some of your other units, kind of. It's not worth it. And Diabolic Mastery, undivided only once per battle. When you carry out a heroic action with this general, you can carry out any one of the heroic actions on the War Scroll, even if it does not have the required keywords. No, pass. If that's a thing that interests you, you should just be playing Legion of the First Prince. So that's a hard swap. But the 2 on the left are okay. The 2 on the right, you ignore. All right, Jordan. Command traits. Question 1, what of these do you like? Question 2, are you still taking Master of Magic?
most times, yes, unless you're not taking. I don't think a Demon Prince is, they're as strong as they used to be. But if you really want to take a Demon Prince, then Not to Be Denied is a really good one. If you, are taking that Khorne Demon, the Nurgle Demon Prince, and want to get rid of those wards, then that's great. It's going to be situational, but it's a direction that you could go, feasibly. Outside of that, like Death Dealer and Eye of the Gods, the favorite of the Pantheon, are both cute.
Yep, it's exactly the right word.
Yeah. But exactly that. It's like they're not going to be as good as you want them to be, I think.
Yep.
Like between fighting, like the fight lasts or the strike lasts for the attack twice, and yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, I could see Death Dealer on a beefed up like Lord on Kark paying some dividends, certainly, because he's generally going to be able to stick around. He's going to fight, and then he'll generally be stuck around at the he doesn't get removed usually in one pass, usually. But like Idolor Lord will be a popular choice to me, and Not to Be Denied will be a popular choice. And for the Timmy, you've got Bolstered by Chaos, which is great. Like, I'm as an avowed Timmy, I have played a Bolstered by Chaos guy. We'll talk. You actually can take a lot of these command traits, as we'll see in a little while, through one of the sub-factions. If you really love these, you can just go ham. It's not a very good choice, but it can be done. But it can be done. And yeah, so it's something.
Monstrous actions are amazing.
They are. Exactly, yeah. Counting as 5 is good, right? Like, it's good stuff. Being a monster brings a lot of benefits when you're also a hero.
Adding to your thought, Jordan, that was my main sense as well, Not to Be Denied, to open up more optionality in the toolbox in general with Nurgle Prince, to where, again, I've gotten a lot of games with Kabbalah, so I'm not going to be shutting up about Kabbalah anytime soon on the show, but looking to set up the combination of, okay, Not to Be Denied allows me to both have my cake and eat it too, because I can have the play to turn off the ward and draw on power to power up demonic power, to power up demonic speed, right? To help me deliver the punch that I need against what I'm trying to take out. So yeah, other than that, yeah, you guys have said everything.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Artifacts. We actually have 3 groups of artifacts here. So Slaves to Darkness heroes, Wizard heroes, and then Demon Princes. The heroes, the generic any old heroes, including, by the way, wizards or demon princes, could also take those. Has two, I think, that are worth at least talking about for a moment, which is Helm of the Oppressor, no inspiring presence and no rally within 6 inches. And the Conqueror's Crown, enemy models with a wounds characteristic of 1 or 2 within 6 inches of the bearer cannot contest objectives. Do you like either of these, Jordan?
I like them, but again, they're just, I think, too situational for regular use.
Mm-hmm.
I think the team tournament format is becoming a little more popular, which is amazing. And I think if you're playing in that kind of a space, these get a lot more interesting, where you're trying to play into certain matchups. But I think if you're, for we're always comparing it to the Arcane Tome, right?
Yeah.
To take up an artifact slot for something that you're going to use in a third to a half of your games, if you're, at best, it's hard to justify.
Yeah. Yep. My problem with the helm is it's too short range. If it was 12 inches or something, I'd be like, yeah, okay, this is way more interesting. But frankly, you've got a better way to shut off those two things in this book through taking a unit and not one of your precious artifact slots. That unit also plays double duty and does other interesting things. And the Conqueror's Crown, the issue is there's just not a lot of 1 and 2 wound models running around.
Yeah, I was going to say
meta.
post bounty hunters world, it could get a lot more intriguing, but yeah.
Right. Yep.
All
of those Galatian veterans are sort of an endangered species right now, still for the next month or so, probably.
Yeah. Like Chaos Lord on Demonic Mount, not going to do a lot of damage, but he's pretty efficient at 170 in terms of his cost. Give him this, he can go off on a solo mission and really cause some problems for your opponent in a post-bounty hunter world where there's going to be more 1 to 2 wound models on the table. So, yeah, it's probably not right now, particularly when ensorcel banners are so attractive, especially if you're not in Host of the Everchosen. Right. So it just, the slots fill up a lot. Yeah.
Tyler, you've been playing Cabalists, as I think you mentioned that
I mentioned
one or two times.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to let you tackle the wizard thing. Are any of these? Would you take any of these over Arcane Tome in your Cabalist army? Are any of these doing anything for you?
I do think that the wizard, the Spelldom matchups could be challenging. I haven't yet played against Teclis or Tzeentch, right? So it is tempting to look at Infernal Puppet, to screw with Teclis, to screw with Kairos. Is that even doing enough? Maybe not. You don't really have a reliable way to get to them in the first place with this army. You can do some ranged damage through endless spells, but for the most part, you're melee. So long and short of it, probably not.
Yeah, you're probably just putting some wounds on them that they'll then just heroic recover or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Now, the Demon Princes, I think, do have 2 artifacts worth discussing, and one that's been FAQ'd and is still bad. So the Helm of Many Eyes, if you really, really want the Strike First effect back on your Demon Prince all the time and don't want to rely on the heroic action, fine. Perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, Strike First is strong, especially because it's not relying on the charge or anything. You're ASF, which is good. And then the Doombringer Blade, which I actually don't hate at all. At the start of the first battle round after setup is complete, but before the first turn begins, you can pick an enemy hero or enemy monster on the battlefield. If you do so, add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by friendly units that target that unit. Interesting point of that is that it counters the Nurgle mark. So in a mirror match, their big hero will actually be wounded normal, and I mean +1 to wound for your entire army against some piece you're trying to kill. It's not a bad artifact. Like, there are oftentimes a single thing that you very much would like to see destroyed, and putting +1 to wound for your entire army on that thing is not bad.
Pretty good, dude. I hadn't really thought about that one until right now that you pointed out. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Counters the Nurgle mark in the mirror. So it's fine.
And it's worth noting that it seems to be persistent beyond the Demon Prince's life.
Yeah. It just is. Like, once you've put that on there, it's just, that's it. Yeah. It doesn't, like, they don't have to be present for that buff to occur. So if the Demon Prince gets picked off, who cares? They've done their thing. Right? Yeah. So, yeah, basically they get, you curse them and that's it. That's their life now. By the way, cool piece of art down here. It's kind of like, if they kind of faded it out to this high opacity, but this is like a cool looking Demon Prince. So just a neat thing. Well, I always want these artists work really hard on this stuff, and I don't think people ever really take note of it. They just kind of read over it. But I notice you, cool artist who's working hard. I want you to know that. Okay.
One more artifact.
No, we don't. So.
Hey, all right. I think it's kind of interesting. Again, it's edge case.
Oh boy.
All right,
okay,
hear me out.
fine.
You ready?
Yep.
It'll take 10 minutes to go through this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, the thought is, it's like Ghost Mist, right?
Uh-huh.
Ghost Mist can potentially help keep a unit alive from shooting. Shooting's a thing in this game, Vince Venturella.
It is.
Blasters, long strikes, 15 bow snakes, double tapping.
Sure.
You can control drops. You could set up potentially. I mean, it's edge case. You have to have terrain on the table cooperate. TOs, put enough terrain on your tables, please. Like Jordan does. I've seen his tables. You could get some value out of this, I think. It does.
Yeah, it's in your hero phase, so I hope you are winning the drop war there.
It's for battle in your hero phase. Yeah, exactly. You have to win the drop war.
And I couldn't help but notice, Tyler, your list was 9 drops. So tell me again where this is gonna be applying.
I've got a 1 drop on Saturday, but yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Cool. Moving on. It's bad. Okay, the Lore of the Damned. I mean, my quick read of this from the Lore of the Damned is 2 things, rather than going spell by spell. My read of this is 3 of these spells are good. 1 is situational, and 1 is like exists. Okay. And they are all short range. Like, this is a 12-inch range lore. Period. They're all like that. And so, you know, you need to be very aware of that when you are looking at your spells, and like how this is the thing that's still holding you together into smaller bubbles. It's actually why I don't love the spellcasting in this army, despite the fact I really do like the spells. This army very much has an independent operator feel in a lot of how it can work. And these stupid spells want me to stay real tight for me to be able to use them in the ways I want. Unless I'm just like self-buffing, which is fine. Like, and sometimes you will be, by the way, of course. So that's my only issue with it. Jordan, what's your take on the lore? What are your spells? What's your, like, if you were to gonna like rank these, you don't have to do the whole thing if you don't want, but yeah. what's your kind of, how are you looking at these?
Well, as mentioned, I'm a huge cavalry junkie, so demonic speed obviously jumps out huge.
Yep.
I agree that the range is limited, but I think with that kind of spell, you're only going to cast it once or twice. And to send it off, to break out of your castle and send, XYZ unit out one time, and then it gets to its target and it's good. So I'm not too worried with the spell range there. And then Binding Damnation, obviously amazing, giving something strike last. And the chaotic conduit is fun for the Eye of the Gods one. So I think those are the 3 that you kind of probably alluded to as well.
You nailed it exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Tyler?
Yeah, we mentioned it a little bit, but Chaotic Conduit, great for a battle tactic. Again, especially a certain sub-faction that gives 3d6 to cast, which Master Magic, you're going to be reloading that. Most matchups, you should get that off, particularly if you're high drop, you're given first turn a lot, like I've been, and I just put my dudes out of unbind range. A free battle tactic. Cool. So, yeah, not a whole lot more to say. Yeah, it is. The whole small bubbles does lean into the counterpunching style with this. Yeah, and if you've got multiple casters in Cabalist, you can spread the love around, double up on demonic speed, so you can have a little bit more coverage in your range of the Holy Within 12s. But yeah, it is a little unfortunate. I get why they did it though. These are pretty good spells.
Yeah.
They are. Yeah, notably, by the way, we've hinted around it, but I really want to put a fine pin on this. Demonic Speed gives you a 3d6 charge, being able to declare from 18 inches away, all the good things. But it is limited to Slaves to Darkness units that have a mount. Yeah. Very easy to forget. Fortunately, there are a lot of good mounted things you would want to give that to in this army, so it's not that big of a restriction. But, you can't use this. You can't use demonic speed to make your chaos warriors or your chosen go shooting off. If you want that, you've got to go to the war shrine and mark them Slanesh and then pray about it. Okay. The banners, we already talked about all the banners with one exception. There is one untyped banner. Again, these can be given to chosen, warriors, or knights. And the untyped banner is the blasphemous icon, which is while this model's on the battlefield, subtract 1 from chanting rolls for prayers chanted by priests that do not have the chaos keyword. I would love this banner so much, and it would be my like strong second pick if it just said chanted by priests, by enemy priests. But because it says priests that do not have the chaos keyword, many of the priests in the game I would want to be causing penalties to have the chaos keyword.
Sure.
Turns out there's a lot of dark priests roaming around the world. Now look, it's not all of them. There's certainly some that aren't chaos, obvi. Fire Slayer priests suck it, I guess. For the 7 people who play those. So real unfortunate.
3 up reroll on the Relictor instead of the 2 up reroll.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, take that, Relictor. But it's like the fact that it has chaos says that's not the one I'm picking. To me then, if you're going to take 2 banners, it ends up being like the eroding icon and the screaming flash or something like that.
Yeah. Been doing a lot of 10 chosen with banner screaming flesh. Coming in hot, 21, 22 inch strike range, 41 attacks, potentially fighting twice. Just phenomenal. And yeah.
They like the cars that go boom. Yeah, it'll make things disappear. Okay. Let's talk about the legions. Okay. Host of the Everchosen has been FAQ'd as part of the day 1 FAQ. And it is actually your Chaos Chosen, Knights, and Warriors. So the same list as who can take the banners, effectively. Rally on a 5-up. In addition, you do get to pick 1 additional ensorcelled banner enhancement for your army. So you get 2 banners straight away. Okay, cool. Let's do this. We're going to give each of these a letter grade. We're going to give each one a letter grade. Not compared to each other. Okay? We're just going to give them a letter grade on their own. How'd they do? So... Jordan, where are you giving this? Is this getting an A, B, C, D, F?
A for sure.
A for sure, hard A. All right, Tyler, where are you at?
A. Yeah, solid with the change. Yeah, 5+ is fine. This army, as we've said, has a CP challenge. If you're using CP on rally, you're getting hurt elsewhere. So yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a B+. It's trying real hard. I like it. It's good, but you are a melee army. And rally is harder to use in a melee army than it is in a shooting army. That's the only thing that knocks it down. Just a few little points. B+ is still very good. Very viable. I think you see it. Okay. Legion of the First Prince. At the start of your hero phase, you can pick 1 Legion of the First Prince undivided unit, and then pick 1 of the following marks of chaos keywords. Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, or Slanesh. That unit has that mark of chaos until the start of your next hero phase, in addition to the undivided mark of chaos. So in this case, you actually get both. Unlike the Idolar Lord where you were hard swapping, here you still count as having both. Okay. And then note, if you pick a wizard unit to have the Tzeentch mark of chaos, it knows the warp reality spell until the start of your next hero phase. Okay, cool. Fair enough. All good. Infernal Servants, Allied Bloodletters, Horrors of Tzeentch, Plague Bearers, and Daemonettes. Units benefit from the Mark of Chaos battle trait as if they had the Slaves to Darkness keyword. So they get to be like, your Bloodletters are +1 attack on the charge, and your Daemonettes are +1 to run and charge. And it doesn't matter because they're all bad right now, so who cares? Like, Infernal Servants is just ipsum lorem text at this moment because even Plague Bearers are good in their own army, they're bad without their 5-up disgustingly resilient. Horrors are not great in the age of bounty hunters, and so that becomes extremely problematic. And Bloodletters and Daemonettes are bad, so I don't know what else to say there. All right, Jordan, what's your letter grade on this? / any other thing you think about it. What do you think about Legion, and then what's your letter grade?
I think this is interesting. There's a lot of depth with the marks in that. Being able to try to add marks. I think this is something like you really have to have a plan going into it with the units that you have and all that. You're planning this out from list building, because it's not something you're just going to be, swapping on the fly. You're going in with a strategy with the units you pick. Isn't a good or bad thing? I think it's just a little, more complicated. Definitely more complicated. So from like a simplicity, I don't think, perspective, we're not going to see this one as much as the others. So maybe like a B minus, C plus, not because of strength, more because of functionality, I would say.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Tyler?
Not a B. I think the Infernal Servants knocks it down an entire letter. I'm very intrigued, again, from a Johnny angle. I haven't thought enough about this one yet, and what are some of the combo synergies this building looks like, etc. But the community is going to figure out some cool things with Legion of the First Prince. I mean, there's some fairly obvious combos they can do. Mention one, the basic like 5 Chaos Knights example. Take a hammer unit that you want to go in and then get them out of dodge through Zinch, for example. But I love the adaptability of this. Is it enough to have it be one unit? I'm not sure. It may not be quite enough. But anyway, I'm definitely intrigued by this one, and I think it'll see some play. But yeah, it's not going to be as popular as some of the other straightforward ones.
Sure. So I actually played Legion on Saturday. I took the whole Legion of the First Prince kit, exactly what you would expect the army to be. So old Bellicor at the head, Eternus backing him up, like the whole shooting match. And I went because I was going against Archeon. So I was like, well, we got to have this showdown. That just makes sense. But it was Ravager's Archeon, by the way, which we'll get to in just a moment. And I will say, originally I was pretty down on this because you can only pick one Legion of the First Prince undivided unit and then use those marks. It was crazy, the versatility that actually gave me in the game. I was beyond impressed by my ability to just like tilt into different marks to do what I needed to do at that specific moment. So I agree with you, Jordan. In general, you'll probably have a plan, but at the same time, like it was late in the game. I had basically no units left. It didn't go well. I'll just say this, but I managed to give a good game. It took until round 5 for him to beat me, okay? And even then, I would have won had Eternus come back. I'm just going to state that. I didn't roll the 8 up and Eternus didn't come back and I lost. But anyways, I had a Demon Prince up here in the corner. And there was a unit over here with like 1 wound. Like imagine my screen is the table, right? This is a hell of a distance, right? And the only battle tactic I had left that I could reasonably achieve was this one's mine. The Demon Prince was my general. So I tilted Slanesh. Okay. Now I'm +1 to run and charge and can run and charge as a command ability. I had nothing else to do with all my command points. So she ran 6, hence ran 7. So she goes 19 inches across the board. Right? And then charges 11 inches more and catches that unit. Okay? And kills that unit to complete this one's mine from just like downtown.
Nice.
Right?
Love it.
And I like the ability to tilt into the mark did that. And there were other times throughout the game, every round I was like, oh, cool. If I tilt this mark, I can do this thing. I can remove like the Nurgle mark. Like, oh, I need to get rid of these ward saves at this moment. The ability to just tilt into the Nurgle mark on your Demon Prince and then use the heroic action. Right? Suddenly you're just like, okay, that ward save thing isn't a problem anymore. Right?
Getting me excited about Legion.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Like, and I think we're only on 2 sub-factions, but already I think it's like vastly different play styles between these sub-factions. Like looking at Legion and how, even from that, how techy it can be, that I think this book is such a hit.
Final Flash, you are correct. It wouldn't have mattered. I way overcharged the person, but like I got way past him. With the inch wasn't necessary, but you're right. I messed that up. Thank you. At any rate, so yeah, I just found it so interesting, and like actually tilting into the Zinch mark to just like warp reality when I needed to. That was when I was using warp reality, right? It was like, oh, this person who was carrying around a book, right, is just going to tilt Tzeentch, and suddenly it's just like, whoop, pull somebody over and reposition them, right? But I wasn't like hard committed to that thing. Right?
Sure.
So, yeah, interesting. Okay.
Nice.
Kabbalists. All right. This one's crazy. Here we go. Kabbalist heroes become wizards.
Arcane Tome.
We could have just stopped there.
You get an Arcane Tome.
Now, Arcane Tome is the best artifact. As we've said, Wizard is one of the most powerful things you can grant to anybody in the game, because by becoming a wizard, you get the most powerful spell in the game, Mystic Shield. So let's just make everybody wizards. And if the hero is already a wizard, they can attempt to cast one additional spell and know one additional spell from the lore. In addition, if you carry out the draw on power heroic action with a Kabbalist hero, you can immediately carry out the same heroic action with each other Kabbalist hero within 3 inches, which won't happen a lot after sort of the first turn, or unless you're kind of really moving in this little castle with maybe 2 people or something like that. But like, you're not going to have it really chaining big after the first turn, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay. So, fine. Can a newly... Sorry if answered already. Can the newly made wizard choose a spell? Yes, they're a wizard. Okay, so let's flip into 2 different questions here. Like, if you're asking me on Legion of the First Prince, where you could tilt your Demon Prince into Tzeentch, then use the Tzeentch heroic action and suddenly become a wizard in your own hero phase, yes, you would then get to pick a spell, because that's how it works. When you suddenly have access to a thing, you do get to choose the thing. Now, if you mean in this, you're a wizard at list building, so yes, you get to pick the spells. Like, your Chaos Lord would get to pick a spell like normal. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Branu says this needs an FAQ. Can the new wizards actually cast spells? I mean, I think we all understand the intent here is they become wizards. Hence, they can cast spells. Sure, we can put in the FAQ, but they weren't just doing it for their health. They're not just gaining the keyword, right? So, okay. Tyler, did you play Kabbalists? You want to talk about this one?
I've got a few thoughts. Yeah,
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me finally discuss this. I've been waiting. So, oh my God, it's so amazing, right? Yeah, like the last game, it was in the presence of idols. Just, all right, look cool. Let's just put 20 Chaos Warriors on the line, march up, hang out in the middle, put 3 heroes, Chaos Lord, both retinue to the 20 Chaos Warriors. Hard to shift them, 6 wounds each. We got bodyguards and the Chaos Lord. Now, he did snipe the Chaos Lord immediately, pretty much. I mean, it took him 2 turns, right? But that's the right thing to kill, because you don't have the bodyguard protection there, Vince. So your heroes can die, so it's a bad thing. But 3 wizards alone.
I mean, or you could just play better. It's fine.
Sure. Yeah, yeah. 3 wizards alone, 6 spells. I mean, there's so many amazing endless spell options with this. You gotta have the right combinations, right? Like, you want to have an undivided to protect you from Chaotic Conduit. We already discussed that. You gotta have kind of the right combinations to mitigate disaster, because you're not a stupid Skaven player. But the endless spell options are phenomenal with this. I mean, Soul Scream Bridge. That is amazing with 10 Chaos Chosen or whatever. That can help with mobility. That threat, right? They're in Slanesh. Now they're a 7 charge coming out of Soul Scream Bridge with incredible range. All, endless spell. Anyway, just so many different combinations that you can lean into. I'm not going hard into it. I think you can just go a little bit.
Yeah, you're not taking 6 heroes to make them all wizards, right? You're taking it's like old school Kabbalists. You take like 3.
Yes. And you could go hard with like a bunch of Mutalith Vortex Beasts, let's say, and 3 endless, like Jaws and Burning Head and maybe Darkfire Demon Rift, and you're trying to have all 3 of them out, so you're getting the bonuses on Darkfire Demon Rift, D3 mortal wounds, plus each endless spell on the battlefield, giving you an additional mortal wounds for everyone that it taps on a 2-up. Like, you could have some notably strong ranged mortal wound damage Kabbalist list if you really want to lean into it, but yeah, anyway, I'm in love with this faction.
Yeah, just to real quick answer the confusion around the FAQ here. The core rules state that when you become a wizard can cast spells. However, it then goes on to say the number of spells that a wizard knows is on their war scroll. Obviously, on the war scroll, it doesn't. Sorry, not knows. It can cast. I apologize. The number of spells a wizard can cast is stated on their war scroll. Obviously, it doesn't state anything. So how many can they cast? We assume one, because tripping into a wizard would seem to make you a single cast wizard, right? Now, it also then goes on to say all wizards know the Arcane Bolt and Mystic Shield spell. So you would automatically know those. Because you're becoming a wizard in list building, you also, of course, would then have access to choose, because a wizard gets to choose a spell as part of the universal enhancements, you would have access to choose that. So the hang up here has to do with like the second sentence or whatever in section 19.0. Because their war scroll itself does not have a specific reference to the number of spells they can they cast any spells? I totally understand the FAQ. It's worth just getting a clarification on. But I mean, the intent of this is beyond obvious. Okay? Like, they didn't make them wizards and let them choose spells and all of that to then not do anything with it. Obviously. Okay? Like, just obviously. That's how GW writes spells. Like, I know I'm like the GW whisperer over here because I tend to know what intent they have and I'm generally pretty correct on the FAQs, but like, obviously you don't need any kind of clairvoyant powers to know what they were going for. So, but sure, I'm sure it'll be FAQ to clarify it. Okay. Jordan, anything else you want to say on Kabbalists?
No, Tyler's the expert. I think he covered everything.
Well, I'm the fanatic. I don't know about an expert. Jordan, try out Realm Scourge, Rupture, and Jaws. That's a lot of fun because the Realm Scourge, Rupture has movement, right? And then Jaws benefits from that as well. And slaves love slowing the enemy down. And yeah, I mean, it's the range damage that you can do without going crazy in your point investment that I love about Kabbalist, right? Because you want to be able to try to chip damage Marathi or pick off little heroes or whatever the case might be. And it just adds that tool to the toolbox for the army. So
covering such a weakness in the army or such a gap in the army of having ranged output at all, let alone mortals, is a great add.
Yep. And yeah, Berserk, I do assume that's true, that we'll have to wait for like the actual book release and then some number of weeks after that. So, okay. Or you can be like me and think Kabbalist is dumb because magic is dumb. So your choice. All right. Let's talk about
Skaven player.
Well, that's okay. Magic's okay in Skaven.
Sure.
I don't like magic unless I've got like plus $1 million to cast. That's where I like plus 4 to cast, Tyler. That's what I go for. So 3d6 is still too random.
D6 is still too random, sure.
I need the solid bonus. Okay. Despoilers, the least coherent. We didn't rate Kabbalist. It's an A. Is anybody not giving Kabbalist? Maybe A plus.
A plus plus.
Yeah. Jordan?
I'd say A minus.
Okay.
Maybe that's just different play styles.
No, I get you. Also, because spell doms exist, that makes it like that pushes it down out of A plus range. Sorry, Tyler.
How dare you?
Play Techless, and then we'll see if you're still in the A plus range on those guys.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, Despoilers, the least coherent of all of these. So Despoilers classically was the Demon Prince sub-faction. That's what it was all about. Everything was like buffing demon princes and monsters. And it's still doing that, but it didn't actually work out that way, so let's talk about it. First, add 2 to the wounds characteristic of friendly Despoilers monster units. Okay. So the logical next question you should ask is, are there any good monsters in this book? And the answer is, yeah. Sort of. Okay. So, like, kind of. The actual monsters, the people who might be hero monsters, yeah, this is okay. Now, you can also turn your demon prince into a monster through the command trait, in which case they will then go to 14 wounds, because they go from 10 to 12 from the command trait and then 14 from this, which is cool. So if you want the full, like, knockoff Bellicor generic demon prince, you can, which is great. You should note, I will note here very quickly, by the way, remember, Archeon and Bellicor themselves, though they are both monsters, will not benefit from this because they are both legion locked into their own legions. So, in addition, each Despoiler Demon Prince can be given a command trait in addition to your general, which can be used as if they were a general. Each command trait must be different. Now, how good that is relies completely on how good demon princes are. Because if demon princes are bad, then the ability to take a bunch of demon princes with command traits, then it's not good, right? If demon princes are good, then this ability is amazing. We'll save it for a moment as to what that shakes out to. We'll get to them in just a quick sec. But one thing I will say is that there is a weird perverse incentive here. Okay? Let's imagine you build your Despoiler's army with 3 demon princes and any other number of heroes. Okay? You are highly incentivized to not make the demon prince the general. Because let's sketch a simple situation. There are 3 demon princes and a lord on Karkadrak. Okay? If I make one of the demon princes the general, then he gets a command trait, and so do the other 2. Right? And the lord on Kark gets nothing.
Yep.
If I make the lord on Karkadrak the general, all 3 demon princes still get command traits.
Right.
So to get the maximum number of command traits, you actually don't make a demon prince the general in the demon prince is the general for subfaction.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oops.
So the first time I ran this, I did run a Despoilers list, and when I ran this, I made an Exalted Champion of Chaos, the best boy, my general, and then just had demon princes everywhere. And I was like, I'm all about it. This dude right here is in charge. This little idiot, he's my guy. This is my dog right here. Okay. Despoilers to me, it relies on it relies completely on the power of the individual units. Like that is to say on monster types and demon princes. And my answer is this one gets a B. It's like a solid B, maybe a B-. But it's fun. Jordan, where are you living with these guys?
Yeah, I would even say that C+, B-, kind of in that realm. Again, like you said, just demon princes aren't, I don't think, going to carry you. So is it worth investing more into them?
Probably not. Probably not. Spoiler, no.
Yeah, it all depends though. Hey, there's definitely some fun and flavorful things in there, no doubt. But
this was very fun to play. I will say that. But yes, like this is not where the power is. That is for sure. Tyler.
C-, trending potentially D+.
Wow.
I guess, yeah, my, as we've established this year, claim to be any sort of Timmy player is once again showing. Apparently I don't have much Timmy in me. I don't really see this one. It feels incoherent, as you said. And and demon princes are very rough right now.
They're rough. Yeah, we'll get there. But they're rough.
Yeah.
Okay. Ravagers. So this is our cultist one, for those who remember. Ravagers get yet another heroic action. You thought we were done? We're not done. We're done when I say we're done with heroic actions. Okay, so rally the tribes. Pick one Chaos Marauders, Chaos Marauder Horseman, Cultist, or Dark Oath unit in your army that has been destroyed. If you do so, a new replacement unit with half the number of models in the unit that was destroyed, rounding up, is added to your army. Set that unit wholly up within 12 inches of this hero, carrying out the heroic action, and more than 9 inches from all enemy units. Each destroyed unit can only be replaced once. Replaced units themselves cannot be replaced. This also needs an FAQ, because at the moment, they are not move blocked. I assume they will be, as with all things that are like this, but at the moment, you can reset them up and then they can go run, walk away later on. I assume that will be fixed in the FAQ. This is very potent. If you are running a cultist heavy army, this is crazy what it allows you to do. It effectively gives you 50% more cultists for free. It is no joke. Because you're not just doing this in your turn. This can be the enemy turn heroic action. It's strong. Strong. Jordan, where are you living on Ravagers?
Oh, it's amazing. Definitely a standout in combination with some of the other specific units and abilities that we'll get into. But there are some very strong cultist units. There are some very strong units that buff those cultist units. And yeah, I think, like you said, just recycling units for heroic action is amazing.
Yep.
And noteworthy that the command trait to for Slaves of Darkness or Demon Prince to do another heroic action fits really well in this one. Is it enough to take a Demon Prince just for that? Maybe, maybe not. But if you really want this and the 3/6 cast in a list, it makes it all possible.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah, I mean, ironically, Demon Princes actually work way better in Ravagers, Cabalists, and Legion of the First Prince than they do in Despoilers. Because in Legion, they can tilt to give you the toolbox heroic actions. In Cabalists, they just become a wizard, which is better than any command trait on the list. And in this, they give you if you can double dip for the heroic action, so you can be doing this and other things as well. So, yep. Okay. Cool. Good stuff. Knights. That is a reference to a cartoon show that 5 people other than myself have watched, and it's because I have showed them the cartoon on DVD. At any rate, Knights of the Empty Throne. Knights of the Empty Throne units that have a mount can run and still charge in the same turn. What?
Bad.
What?
pretty good.
Just everybody with a mount. Heroes, units, just everybody's running charge now. Woo! Okay. Well, again, we could have stopped there, but we don't. When you pick the general for your army, if Archaon is not included in the army, you can pick a model in a friendly Varangard unit to be your general. A model, not the Varangard unit. You have to say, like, this guy. This guy right here. If you do so, that unit gains the leader battlefield role. In addition, if that general issues the rally command and a friendly Varangard unit receives it, you can return 1 slain model to that unit for each 5 up instead of 6. Designers note this general cannot be given a command trait as it is not a hero. So it would not carry an artifact either because it's not a hero. I don't know why they just didn't say both, but
Agreed. They should have.
Yeah, both follow from that logically. Yeah. Jordan, what's your take on Knights?
I own 12 Varangard, so I love this one.
I like where we're at so far.
Yeah. It's not that. Again, Cavalry's my jam, so this was instantly the one I gravitated towards. Run and charge in combination with the other buffs in this army for 3d6 charge for mounted stuff. Pluses to run and charge. Like, there's a number of marks that really lend themselves to what this army wants to do. It's like, I love this one. It's a more straightforward build process, but that's not a bad thing.
Right.
Like, everything works well together. Good synergies that are fairly straightforward. So I think this one's a huge hit.
Agreed. Solid A all the way from me. Tyler?
Yeah, similar thoughts to you guys. Not much more to add.
Yep.
It's excellent.
It's pretty great.
Well, I'm going to be curious to see how it does competitively. But again, I think the principles we talked about at the beginning will generally still hold to keep things like this in check. But I can't recall in the game's 7-year history of a sub-faction having run in charge, or like a class, like basically an entire army potentially.
OBR, Steliarch Lords.
Oh, okay.
The very popular.
Very popular Steliarch Lords, yeah.
Yeah, they don't quite have the units to benefit from it quite as well.
Right.
Absolutely, yeah. Anyway, pretty amazing.
Also, Tristan, you are, as always, you are amazing. Because, yes, Tristan knows the cartoon I'm talking about, so that's amazing. At any rate, okay. Let's talk about my least favorite part of all of this, the thing that I pretend doesn't exist. I have used officially 0 of these. I'm not going to lie. I don't even read this section because I'm not going to use them. But there we go. Tyler, talk about grand strategies and battle tactics. You're a cheater.
I've lost this battle. I've given up. Yeah. Okay, so dominating presence. When the battle ends, you complete this grand strat if there's at least 1 friendly Slaves of Darkness unit wholly within each large quarter of the battlefield. So this could synergize well with Ravagers, which we discussed, right? Getting lots of units back. That could play well with Dominating Presence. Follow the path to glory. When the battle ends, you complete this grand strategy roll. The Dark Apotheosis result on the Eye of the Gods table one or more times during the battle. So can you get one of your heroes?
11 or 12. Yeah, can you manufacture a Demon Prince?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Some lists can do that, probably with decent reliability. It's not the best. It's not the worst. Ruin to the Realms. When the battle ends, completes grand strat. If you completed at least 4 battle tactics, and every battle tactic completed was from the Glory of Chaos list below. So the in-book battle tactics. They pass. They've been doing this a fair amount. I don't know. It's not a competitive choice. Masters of Dark Ritual. When the battle ends, you complete this grand strategy. If there are any slaves to darkness, keyworded endless spells on the battlefield that you set up. Probably too random. Probably not reliable enough. You've got 3 options. Maybe you can get away with it, but you're probably not taking that. I like Dominating Presence out of that one. Jordan, you got any thoughts on those grand strats?
Yeah, in a specific situation, the Follow the Path to Glory is interesting.
Yeah.
But I think the only reason you even consider any of these is that there's no generic one that's an automatic or great pick for slaves.
Grand strats, I was kind of curious to get your guys' thoughts on that. I've been having that debate right in my head as well, like which was the right one to go with. And I've been trying out whatever it's called, where you have your Galley Vet units in the center of the battlefield, and it's going to count as being in all 4 quarters, right?
Yeah,
20 Chaos Warriors, 20. Yeah, so that one's kind of interesting, potentially, whatever that one's called. So yeah, battle tactics. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Some of these are very doable, in my opinion. I think 2 in particular you're going to see all the time. First one, Enthrall the Chaos. Pick 1 object mark on the battlefield within 12 of any enemy units. Complete the battle tactic if there are no enemy units within 12 of that objective at the end of this turn. One could get played, a fair amount. Lust for Power. Pick 1 friendly Slaves of Darkness hero that has the Eye of the Gods keyword. You complete this battle tactic if you roll on the Eye of the Gods table for that hero during this turn. Oh, yeah, that one could be pretty easy in some context.
Like Chaos Conduit on the 3d6 says gain 2 victory points this turn.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And yeah, you can generally plan for that one even without relying on Kabbalists, etc. Just you could potentially set it up where you take control of an objective without a lot of difficulty. So yeah, you'll see that all the time. March of Ruin. Pick 1 friendly Slaves of Darkness unit that includes a standard bearer with an ensorcel banner as not within enemy territory. It's kind of a weird one. Complete this battle tactic if at the end of this turn that unit is wholly within enemy territory and within 3 inches of any other friendly units. I had one situation in the 6 games where like, oh cool, I can actually do this. But I don't know, you could maybe try to plan it. It's weird, it's wordy. The Iconoclast, pick 1 enemy unit that is a priest or totem. Complete this battle tactic, that unit destroyed at the end of this turn. The totems nowadays.
Yeah, there's a lot of totems around, sure. Excuse me, could you please identify all of the totems in your army? No reason.
Yeah. Okay, so Champions of Chaos. Complete this battle tactic. If at the end of your turn there are 3 or more friendly heroes within 3 inches of enemy heroes. 3 or more friendly heroes within 3 inches of enemy heroes. Weird. I doubt it.
Sure.
Not going to happen that often. Finally, run them down. Another one that you're going to see all the time. Complete this battle tactic. At the end of your turn, 3 or more friendly Slaves of Darkness units made a charge move in that turn. Obviously, ABC is the name of the game with this army. I've been doing a lot of Chaotic Conduit turn 1 and run them down turn 2, which then leaves, against the odds, barge through enemy lines, desecrate their lands. You don't even have to get into killing tactics, right? With 2 easy ones, all a sequel out of the book. So,
yep,
that's
there
it.
They are, folks. We did it. Okay, cool. Yep. Core battalions. Yep. All right, here they are. I have now put them on screen. Great. Next. Okay, let's get into the Warscrolls. That's what I think about the core battalions.
These, at least, Vince, follow the principle we've discussed many times of problem isn't one drop. No, the problem isn't unified.
Right.
One drop.
The problem is
battle reg.
Correct.
Yeah.
Battle regimen is the problem, not unified. Yeah.
These are kind of interesting because Chaos Warband is 1 hero got 2 heroes
Yep.
and 4 troops. So like you're not probably fitting your entire army. Well, I guess you potentially could. You could just take 1 hero. You could take Archeon or whatever. Well, actually, you can't take Slaves of Darkness Leader. I guess you could take Archeon. Anyhow, yeah, it's better than just Battle Ridge.
No, it's if those core ones didn't exist, then I'd look at these. But the problem is they do. So here we are. Okay. I'm not the one who made the decision to make those.
Sure.
All right, let's talk Warscrolls. Okay. Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, Grand Marshal of the Apocalypse, Lord of the All Points, the 8 points, whatever. And pretty good dancer, I've heard. He's got some. He can get out there. He can do a little Charleston shuffle and stuff. He's good. Okay, big upgrades for this guy. Big ups. 25 wounds. Still with the 14-inch move. Double caster. War Master. Fly. His mount is still Dorgar. His attacks are, I believe, improved, although I'll be honest, I didn't look at the old scroll and remember exactly what all his old stuff was. I think he had a little bit of buff to his attacks.
Yeah, they're a little bit better.
Like, the Monstrous Claws went from random damage to just flat 5, right? They used to be random damage. I believe they were D6 damage, and now they're just flat 5, which is, like, so much better. So that's cool. His Armor of Morcar is much improved, as he now just has a ward of 5 up instead of a ward only against mortal wounds, so amazing. He still bounces back on a roll of 6. He has By My Will, which can be used on any friendly Chaos unit until the end of that phase. If they're slain, they fight. So he has a Death Frenzy command ability, which is good. I would note that it is at the start of the combat phase, so it is going to... That unit can't all-out attack, all-out defense, any of the other things we talked about earlier, and a unit can be roared out of being able to receive this, which is cool. The Crown of Domination. Enemy units cannot receive the Rally and Inspiring Presence commands while they're within 12 inches of this unit. With Mr. 160mm base, that is a heck of a bubble around him on the table. He is projecting of no Rally and no Inspiring Presence. 4-up Spell Ignore. The Eye of Ed Sheeran is still here, but now it's his little I get to decide priority thing. Once per battle, he does this now. It's not a secret anymore. Basically, just once per battle at the start of your hero phase, you say you're going to do it. You roll the dice, and you know. We got to do a little staring match when I did Archeon versus Be'lakor until I threw Be'lakor away, basically, and just got him killed because I'm a moron. Because it would be the start of his hero phase. So he has to make the decision to use this before I make the decision to Be'lakor him. Right? And so it put him in a place where he wouldn't use this. Because if he knew he was going to, like, tick into the double, then instantly Archeon was getting locked out.
Oh, 100%, right?
Right? So it just created this real interesting, like, sort of timing shuffle that I ended up throwing into the trash because I'm a moron. But hey, first time playing against Snaky Boys. Didn't realize what they were capable of. It's a lot. So that's how that works now. It's just 1 to 3. Your opponent takes the priority 4 to 6. Sorry, first turn, not priority. First turn, 4 to 6 you do. Favored Warlord. You can pick one of the following marks of Chaos, and he gains that in addition to Undivided. So everybody will just mark him Nurgle. That will just happen basically every time, so that he's neg 1 to be wounded and gets even more ridiculously tough. The Slayer of Kings still does Slayer of Kings stuff, which is put people in the bin when you roll a double 6s to wound. And now the heads are all monstrous rampages that do specific things. Yada yada. The Nurgle one does some mortal wounds. The Corn one can kill a dude and then heal you, and the Tzeentch head eats endless spells. He is 860 points, faction locked to the host of the Ever-Chosen. Okay. Gentlemen, Jordan, coming to you first again. Archeon. Is he worth 860 points? Is this the glow up this guy needed? Are we going to see him around?
I think you'll see him. I think he's great. One of the things people talked about is there's no longer the potential for the double pile in with Archeon. Just there's no Chaos Lord babysitters for him anymore.
Right.
Which I think is good. But he's amazing. Like you said, super tanky, going to be very resilient, hard to avoid. Um, Everyone was, or a lot of people were taking the spell to turn off, rally and inspiring presence. Now he just does that automatically.
Yep.
Um,
I'm sorry,
so
Horror
many,
Gas 2?
oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. So many positives. I think we'll like very strong in Nurgle. I think we'll also see Khorne because
Sure.
it does help with it's another potential 5 damage attack going through.
Another
Better
chance
of
at the Slayer
proccing.
Kings.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think those are two probably the standouts for the most part. But yeah, I think he's great. In probably the highlight in conjunction with maybe looking at the subfaction where you're bringing back half your cultists, where they're also fighting on death now for command ability.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep.
That's
exactly what I faced, by the way. It was Archeon Ravagers with a ton of Snake Boys, and it was redonk. Because they would just fight on death, and it'd be like, oh, good, this is happening now.
Yeah, potentially fighting on death, and then coming back half the unit.
Yep.
On your opponent's turn and doing the same thing.
Yep. This sounds all very familiar to me. It's a nightmare. Tyler?
I agree with Jordan. I think he'll see quite a bit of play. Generally, he strikes me as not. I can't believe I'm saying this. Archeon has struggled over the years, right? He's either too good or he's not good enough. Had a hard time finding a sweet spot with him. I'd like to say I think they've done it because the main thing that stands out to me is that we're still in the safe stacking reality. Mm-hmm. Guy's not rocking -3 rend, and he doesn't have a way of getting -3 rend outside of like running Purple Sun and taking the risk of him getting hit with it. So I think he'll see quite a bit of play. I actually think the Nurgle head is really good. One enemy unit within 6 this unit, roll a number of dice equal number of models in that unit. It's a maximum of 7 for each 3+. And I got like 13 mortal wounds, 6 and 7, back-to-back combat phases on 2 different units of Stone Guard. It's like, what the hell? It was nuts on top of his damage.
Sure.
So the Khorne, you can pick out an enemy model. So pick out the Ensorcelled Banner in Chaos Warrior unit, right? Or Chosen unit, or whatever the case might be. A lot of situations like that where that's really advantageous. Getting rid of an endless spell is amazing with the spell leader. So anyway, the rally was huge in the game that we played. The 12-inch bubble is massive on that pie plate. Really strong. I think we'll see him a lot, but I think he's probably going to be okay in terms of balance, external balance.
I tend to agree. I think this is like the first 860-point hero I've seen where I'm like, yep, that's 860 points. And it feels like about 860 points. Like, that feels correct. Like, don't get me wrong, this dude is tough. Yes. Like, he is hard as a coffin nail. He is a challenge to remove. It can be done, okay? But, like, it is not easy. You got to hit him with a mega hammer to knock him down. Yeah.
Existence, this War Scroll is the best reason for considering a Nurgle Demon Prince, a Demon Prince in general in your army. Because
if you're not cutting through ward saves, this guy has effectively 37 wounds on easily -1 to be wounded.
Yes. Yeah.
That's no joke.
Yeah.
So, okay. The Demon Prince. We had to come to him eventually, and here we are. Let's talk about this guy. Cool as new model. Okay. 8-inch move, 10 wounds, 3-up save, 10 bravery. Of course, because he's a demon. You can have either wings or the trophy rack. I think the trophy rack is worse, although there is a very specific build where it has an extremely high value. But for the most part, it is just bad. Wings give you a fly of 12 instead of a move of 8. So, cool. And also they look like super good. So, there's that too. If you take the trophy rack instead, then units wholly within 9 are immune to battle shock. And in addition, each time an enemy hero or monster is destroyed by this unit, you increase the range of that ability by 3. So, okay, whatever. He has a ward of 6 up. If you take the sword, which you shouldn't, you get to do D3 mortals on a hit roll of 6. And you have this list of heroic actions that you can use. The problem with this is that the problem with the heroic action is it really is, unless you're taking this guy in some way where you can get easy access to not be denied, it is really hard to spare the heroic action for this Demon Prince. Like, really hard. And because you have too many other heroic actions you're trying to do. Now, when you look at his melee profile at first, you're like, man, that is a great melee profile. Look at all those attacks. Look at all that cool stuff he does. Nope. He gets to pick one of those. He doesn't even have, like, the weapon and the talons like he used to have. Nope, it's just one. Just one. And so, like, the axe is the mathematically correct choice because of the Ren 2 damage 2. Even with the mortal wounds, like, I went through and calced out all of them, and the sword ends up almost the exact same damage, but slightly lower. The Rendwin just ends up paying more dividends in more cases. So this is a 10 wound hero, which is the worst thing you can be in the game. Okay. Like, 10 wounds is the worst number of wounds to have. Because he now counts as the big commander in all the battalions. Can't get cover, can't get lookout, sir, and on and on. And it can't get blocked by a wildwood, so on and so forth. But it's not a monster. So it doesn't have, like, 10 wounds, but you're a monster, so you get the monster constellation prize. Still just counts as 2 models.
Honestly, you can make him a monster through a command trait.
If you take that command trait, yes.
Yeah.
No, you do not get the talons in addition to the weapon. You do not. And its role is melee assassin. And melee assassin is the worst thing a hero can be. Because melee assassins just aren't why people pick heroes. Melee assassins are generally bad. Unless they're like big monsters who deal crap tons of damage. And this guy's average damage, just so we are all clear, is 3.6 against a 4-up save with the axe. I just want to be super clear on that. When I say the damage isn't good, against a 4-up save, this guy averages 3.6 damage. Now, that's not real, because obviously you can't actually do 0.6 damage, but I'm giving you the mathematical average. Okay. So, if you charge with the Slanesh mark on, it goes to 4.6, because the extra attack. Yay. Look out.
Sad.
So it's a melee assassin that doesn't do much damage, isn't very tough, and doesn't benefit from nearly anything. Yes, you can stack command traits on here to do some interesting stuff. Yes, I've run Demon Princes a lot because I keep trying to shove it in because they're like my favorite unit. But, you know, at 195 points, it's rough. It's rough. All right, Jordan, did I miss anything on this guy?
No, I think the best case for him is in Ravagers, where you want to be doing 2 heroic actions, and most of the time you're not actually using the Demon Prince one.
Yep.
But maybe the Nurgle one will come up bait in a couple matchups, so it's an extra bonus.
Yep.
But
I think the Ravagers list is where he actually makes the most sense, because then you're going to trophy rack him and just kind of burrow him in the middle of as many cultists as you can get within 9 inches to keep all your cultists battle shock immune. Right? That or the Legion of the First Prince, so you can, as I said earlier, like tilt for the toolbox. Because the only actual role this guy seems to have is for the Nurgle mark to get rid of ward saves, to unstick that problem if you're running that toolbox. Like, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, you could give him that crown to turn off 1 wound, 2 wound, but again, I mean, that particularly relevant potentially in a future world, as opposed to right now. Because 12-inch move, right? He could go up and do that solo mission and help you on tactics or objective. Hold more potentially. Steal an objective from your opponent they didn't expect. That gets some scoring separation. But yeah, I took this guy out of my list. I come into having this debate. Right, 195 points is obviously a lot for this kind of profile, and every game, all 6 games. Oh, sorry. I played 4 of the 6 games. First 4 games I had him, and he didn't do anything other than cast spells. Right? He just stood behind.
And you were making
Chaos
him
Warrior.
a wizard, which is not normally.
Yeah. So at least I got that benefit from him. But like, I can't send him off to do something because it's not worth losing the spell cast, and he's probably not going to do enough anyway. He doesn't do enough output to reliably like even kill chaff. So he's not a good solo operator, as you said, a
Right.
melee assassin or a chaff killer, whatever. Generally speaking, maybe you could tool him up a little bit more, but does adding Malefic Talons as additional profile, does that fix him?
It
In your
would do
mind?
something. It would at least let him handle low armor targets and be frightening to them, right? Like, at least then there would be like some kind of offensive role that you'd go like, yeah, okay. Like he can go handle that low armor unit, right? But the problem is with only 5 attacks on like 3s and 3s, it's you very often won't get there, right? Like it's just
You're not all out attacking on this guy. You're all out attacking on Chosen or something.
your Chaos Knights or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's really unfortunate. Yes, because I mean they clearly wanted us to play this dude. Maybe multiple ones. As you said, it's such an extraordinary model, but it's one of the biggest misses in the book, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't get it. I don't get how we looked at this profile and its capabilities. Like, did no one run the math on the average damage? Like, 5 seconds after I read this guy, and I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
If anybody post some comments, let us know if we're missing anything with this guy. I'd love to hear some ideas on what we might not be seeing in terms of the value add. But
yeah, I mean, to me, his only role is, like I said, either in Kabbalists to act as a battle shock immune thing that can't be turned off, right? Because like other people can't turn off his trophy rack. So, you don't have to worry about Inspiring Presence getting shut off. And that eases your command ability burden, right? Or in like Legion where he can toolbox into Nurgle and just be like, oh, hey, I happen to be fighting an enemy Nurgle army. Fortunately, I brought my Nurgle Demon Prince, who makes it so the rest of my army absolutely blows through Nurgle like it's nothing, right? And suddenly, like Mr. Splithorn Helm guy on his bug and the rest of his little bug rider friends are all just dead instantly to your Chaos Knights without their ward saves, right? And like because now they're on like even all out, they're on a 5-up save, and that's it.
and
And he's fast enough then to just kind of keep up with them and do the combo charge.
I was thinking about if he had that crown, I'm forgetting which one it's called. There's 2 crowns. They love their hats in this book. In that example you gave of having that massive relocation range in that game. Yeah, I mean, having that on that, I mean, that could be very clutch in a game to be able to Slanesh at the right moment and Legion the First Prince, auto run 6, +1, etc., right? That gets interesting. But yeah, it's kind of these edge cases you're trying to figure out combos to make him worthwhile. It doesn't.
Yeah, he's just underwhelming. I know I'm really beating this up. I wrote a much longer rant about this guy, but I shelved it because it was just too long and I didn't want to spend that much time on it. But it makes me sad because it's my favorite model. To be clear, not counting the new one, which I will build and still paint, I have 5 Demon Princes. Okay, like when I say this is one of my favorite models of all time, like I love Demon Princes. And I have them from all different ranges and stuff like that, built to all different gods. I just think they're like the coolest concept. And like because of the whole apotheosis thing and all that, it's just like neat, right? It's just neat. And by the way, they also don't have Eye of the Gods, so they can't level up in any way. They've already reached max level. Apparently, this is what peak performance looks like, right? So it's like, but all your other heroes who have Eye of the Gods will get chances to just level in the game and just suddenly gain +1 rend. And when that happens, it's such a huge deal, right? And this guy's just, he cannot get that. He will never get that. So, yep. Okay, got it. So, underwhelming is the name of the game. Ironically, the worst in his own subfaction, but interesting in Ravagers. I should say it this way, has at least a point to exist in Ravagers and Legion. Okay, cool. Varangard. Jordan, you're taking these guys. Do it. Go tell us about Varangard.
I think overall they got a great glow up, more consistent profile. They used to have +1 damage on the charge. It's now +1, just +1 on their characteristic. Went up by 1, so they're more reliable. And I honestly think they did a great job with this and the profiles. Like I think each weapon has some value, and when I first looked, they were pretty like math hammer wise. They panned out quite similarly, which is always great. So, great units still, right? Vanguard were good before. They're still good. They're better with all the peripheral stuff around allegiance ability, sub factions, all that. These guys have gotten better, if anything.
Yep.
Can't take an artifact on them, but that was kind of janky to begin with.
Sure.
But yeah.
In a bubble, Jordan, what are you running? Fell Spear, Ensorcel Blade, or Demon Forged?
No, Tyler. That's not how they work. That's not how they work. You don't have to do that. Each model gets to choose his weapon now.
That's true.
Yeah, so if you take a 6-pack, you can have like the front 3 guys with the 1-inch weapons or something, and then the back 3 guys with the Fell Spear. You can build like 3 with Fell Spears so they can sit behind in a comfortable way and fight over the top.
May have to change my
great point. I didn't catch that actually. That's a great point.
Yes, these guys are real interesting because of that. Unlike almost every other unit in the game, it specifically says models in the unit can each be armed with a different weapon option. Which to me is like so cool and so versatile for these dudes. Because you can just roll up Tokyo Drift the front rank sideways and have the Fell Spear guys right behind. Lock, stock, ready to rock. They're all attacking. No janky puppy paw print formation. Easy money.
That's amazing, actually, because the Fell Spears are great. So to answer your question before Vince's comment, I would have said my list. One of the lists I'm running, I have 6 Fell Spear or Unit 6 Fell Spears, and I have 2 3-packs with ensorcelled weapons. Good general way. My big unit, that's my hammer, I'm gonna set up to make sure they get the charge, so they're gonna be getting those buffs and they're gonna run through stuff. And the 3-packs are, I'm sending them off on their own. They're more likely to get hit first, so that weapon's better in that case. But having a 6-pack that's good at both, like Vince, that's a great shout out. So thank you for that. That's a little nugget.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love like the front 3 with Demon Forge blades, so they're like the Mortal Wound Crackers, and the back ones who go to Ren 3 with their Fell Spears. It's like it's such an amazing combination, right? Like, do you like Kurnoth swords and scythes? Why not just put both into one unit? That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming, I'm running 6 for the first time, and I haven't actually checked the base sizes, but I'm assuming, Vince, based on what you're saying, that the bases are small enough, Tokyo Drift on the side, that 2
they're 92 by 52, so as long as you don't put the guy against the widest point, you can reach over the top. Because all you have to, like, if you slide 2 millimeters to the left, then it's 2 inches to the target.
Okay. I was going to check that. I just hadn't checked it yet. It was very interesting.
They're on the big cavalry base, basically.
Just to make a case for the Fell Spears, too, I know a lot of people love the ensorcelled weapons primarily. But one thing this army lacks is a lot of high rend.
Right.
So the Fell Spears going to rend 3 on the charge is the book's best access to high rend.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah. Sorry, Aaron's right. They're on the normal cavalry base. What am I thinking? Yeah, they're on the 75 by 42s, not even the bigger ones. So yeah, you can reach over the top easily. Thank you, Aaron. I was thinking of the Lord on Kark, who I think is on the bigger one.
That's sick. Yeah, that's a great point, Jordan. They're our best can opener on their starting profile. So yeah, potentially getting up to even -4 and undivided would be lovely. They have a built-in 4-up ward against mortal wounds now, which is brilliant. It was one of their defining weaknesses previously. So yeah.
And great save, rallying on 5-ups.
Yeah, like they're priced about right.
Yeah.
90 for 3. Yeah. Still have the fight twice, of course.
I've seen these guys. I haven't run them yet, but the first game I played, we actually did as a team game. And I had another Slaves of Darkness partner. Both of us running S2D. And my partner ran Knights of the Empty Throne and had a heavy Varangard list. And man, these guys just impressed the living heck out of me. Like they were doing great. So just good work all around.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, Varangard, awesome. Bellicor, the Dark Master, 355, locked to Legion the First Prince. Other than that, he's still Bellicor. He does Bellicor things. He hasn't really changed. He still does what Bellicor does. He has his little stop it thing. The difference is he actually has 2 other profiles besides his main weapon. So good on him, I guess. He's... The problem with Be'lakor is that he is... he's fragile. That's it. That's the thing. He's on a 4-up ethereal, so he can't get better than 4-up. And he has no ward save. And so... There you go. Like, he can just die very easily, as I learned.
Can be a wet noodle as well.
Yeah.
This is one of the Warscrolls events. We talked a little bit about this. Jordan, I'm very curious your thoughts on Be'lakor. I think you played him a little bit, but I find his Warscroll quite frustrating. Right. So we're paying $355 mostly for Be'lakor's ability, in my mind, which,
of course,
I kind of get why that ability is priced pretty high, because there are a lot of matchups. There've been a lot of matchups over this last however long people have been running Be'lakor, where you get value out of it, particularly if you can set up the right conditions where you're like getting it for 3 turns in a row, right? Or at least two turns. You're locking Archeon down, or whatever case, Karazai down. Beyond that, yeah, he's fragile and he doesn't hit as hard as he should. So is it like he needs to be 415, 420, 430 and actually hit meaningfully, or be a little more tanky, have a 5-up board built in? It seems something is off to me with this guy.
If I was to make any change, like if had the power to make any change, it would be the resiliency to me. I think his damage is good enough for what you want him to do, which is killing screens, killing chaff units, stuff that's off on its own, putting him in favorable positions, not as just an ultimate hammer. But it's like again, he's the demon prince. I wish he had. If anything, like a ward save would be great, but I think a 3-up ethereal, like Altharian, like it's not busted. Mortal wounds still tear him apart.
Yep.
But it's just like 50-50. It's like it's worth. Like ethereal is honestly worse for him to have. It'd be better if he wasn't ethereal with a 4-up.
Right.
Because then you can stack saves on him at least. But the ethereal, like 4-up, just feels punishing.
Was that we had an artifact back in early Malign Sorcery days, a 3-up, I can't remember what it was called, and it was fine. You'd see that on like a Spirit of Durthu.
But it made you ethereal, and people would play it on 3-up base guys,
Exactly, yeah. And it was I mean, I ran it a little bit, a lot of us ran it, it was fine. Yeah, usually you'd run it on something that was susceptible to mortal wounds, and that was how you killed them, but...
the problem was when it got paired with something that had mortal wound protection as well.
Yes.
Whereas, again, this guy doesn't.
Yeah. I saw Caleb in the chat earlier. He touched me with his Dual King on Zombie Dragon or Terradice back in the day with ethereal 5-up, 6-up. It's brutal.
Yeah,
ethereal amulet. That's what it's called. Yeah.
So I mean, to me, he's cool. He's a tech piece. Like I said, he is potent when you use his ability strongly, but after that, he kind of has to be used very carefully because things will make him be deaded. Which is problematic. Okay. But he's not bad. Like, he has a perfectly decent War Scroll spell. He is still a double caster. Like, he's not bad. I'm not trying to undercut the guy. I just agree with you. He's like, he is a tech piece. He's not Archeon. Right? Like, narratively, you lose. Sorry, buddy. If this is the rules you bring to the table, you can slow Archeon down for a minute, and then he's coming for you, and you're going to get deaded real fast. Okay. Speaking of, but that's okay. Don't worry. Be'lakor isn't alone. He brought a new friend with him. An Eternus, Blade of the First Prince. 10-inch move, 9 wounds. The best number of wounds. 3-up save, 9 bravery. His mount, Dracocephalus. That's great. Is that a takeoff of... That has to be a knockoff on Alexander the Great's mount, right? Because Alexander the Great's mount was Bucephalus.
Think about that, yeah.
At any rate, he's got a good horse. Dragon horse thing. And unlike the Demon Prince, this guy does get all of his weapon profiles, so that's nice. He's armed with all of that stuff. He has strike first if he charged, just like the Lord on Karkadrak, because it's very much the analogy for him. He is faction locked to Legion of the First Prince. At the start of the hero phase, if he's within 1 inch of any friendly Chaos Legionnaires or friendly Furies, or Furries, but Furies mainly, you gain an additional command point. By the way, it's definitely Furies. I didn't mention it, but Legion of the First Prince also unlocks Fury battle line.
Oh, yeah.
And Furies are great battle line, actually, and you can just have a little unit sitting around him. And I found this was actually amazing for command point engine. They would just kind of float around him and chaff for him, and then like eventually, things would charge them, and then I would just leave because who's going to pick that activation first? So just saying. There you go. Sean says Alexander named it Bucephalus, meaning ox head. So then what they are going for here is dragon head, I assume, because he does have like a dragony head. So, okay, cool. And then Veins of Black Lightning. At the end of your movement phase, if this unit has been slain, roll 2d6 and add 1 to the roll if Bellicor is in your army and on the battlefield. On an 8+, you can set up this unit anywhere on the battlefield more than 9 inches from all enemy units with all wounds allocated to it removed. Super fun. I got this guy killed in round 3. He came back in round 4. He died again. Something charged him and killed him instantly. We'll talk about what that was in a little while later. And then I failed my roll in round 5, sadly. Like I said, he would have he would have won me the game.
Did you roll a 7 and because you got Bellicor killed?
No, I rolled a 6, so it wouldn't matter either way.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
Yeah,
that would just add salt on the wound.
He does have some decent damage because he gets the Deathglaive is 5 attacks, 3/3 -2/2. The Skullflail is 6 attacks, 3/3 -1/1, and his little fangs are 3/4/3 -1/1. It's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. He's fine enough for a little mounted hero. Problem with him: no ward save, so he will die. He very much will die, and he doesn't do the. My other problem is he doesn't have any ability to pull other people into combat like the regular Lord on Karkadrak does.
Yeah.
So. Nor is he benefit from Eye of the Gods, because he's, again, already at sort of the end of his journey. I mean, Jordan, what's your thought on Eternus, Blade of the First Prince?
I think he looks really fun. Just the tech of coming back and even in Legion, being able to pop different marks on him and, the opportunities that opens up. I think there are some, fun things that could be done. Hits well. I like him. I'm definitely gonna grab beautiful model too. Definitely gonna grab him, run him in Legion at some point. Helps with the CP. I think all around he's good, and there's no glaring weaknesses.
Yeah.
Besides mortal wounds, obviously.
Yeah.
But
He's not an obvious optimal piece to play, I don't think, right? But you could run him and I think be pretty happy with him if you've got a part of an overall game plan, Legion of the First Prince especially. Yeah, he has a bit of cross purposes with this network of spies and getting him killed. Like you may want to run him in, Slaanesh, run and charge, get him in there, start being annoying on his side, but then you're not getting your command points. So a bit of cross purpose. One thing about the network of spies that is interesting at the start of the hero phase, so you get it twice, right? In a battle round.
Mm-hmm.
In an army that is starved for CP generation, that's
what I'm saying. He was a CP machine, man.
Yeah. I would probably use him that way rounds 1, 2, 3, and then maybe I don't know how much I would look to use him as that like early distraction Carnifex type piece.
Sure.
Maybe leaning into the CP generation, 235. He can punch decently, particularly Khorne if he's charging, etc. So I like him. I think he's priced pretty well, and yeah, he's interesting.
Yeah, to me, he's like, I would take him before I'd take Bellicor in Legion, is my honest answer. I just think he's actually really good. When he tilts marks, it's really versatile what he can do. So, yeah. Okay. The Gaunt Summoner. It's a Gaunt Summoner on disc. It's basically the guy from Tzeentch we talked about a little while back. He has the same abilities. He does get all the spells from the Lore of the Damned, which is cool. He knows all the spells and still has +1 to cast, still a double caster. You're going to take the disc one, not the foot one. Like, there's no reason you wouldn't pay the 30 points. They're 30 points difference. He still has his little Lore of the Silver Towers, which will never do anything, but it's funny. He has a slightly different silvered portal for like no apparent reason.
Hmm.
So the Zeech one can put 2 units into the silver tower that have to have the Zeech keyword and can't be a monster. Okay. This guy, it's just any other unit you set up, but there's no limit on it. So after you have deployed this unit, when you would set up another friendly Zeech unit that is not a monster, you can say that it is in the Gaunt Summoner's Silver Tower as a reserve unit. At the end of any of your movement phases, you can set up 1 or more of these units on the battlefield wholly within 9 inches of this unit and more than 9 inches from all enemy models. Okay? So if you want to be completely insane, and you can put your entire army into the summoner and hope they have no shooting attacks. Well, you would know because you can do it as you're setting up. So like if they have no shooting attacks, you can just put your entire army into the summoner, float him forward 16 inches, and then pop your entire army out. Just like I just unfold them out. You can also stick other summoners in him. So which is funny.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah. Odd that they didn't put the 2-unit limit like in Zeech.
Right. Like, it's a silly plan. It's not good, but it is funny.
Okay.
So, yeah. If you only have the model from Silver Tower that's on foot, make a disc. It's not hard. Take a coin, put teeth on the side, done. Like, it's easy. Get a toonie from up in Canada, put some little teeth on the side, disc. Easy. Done.
Perfect.
Okay. Nailed it.
So, yeah, this guy, he's just too expensive. I think on average, too vulnerable. The fact you pointed out earlier, Vince, that he does not get Eye of the Gods, which I now understand why.
Yep.
That's frustrating. Cabalist is now taken off the table with him. I could again see some play with my very thoughtful remarks about Ghost Mist and that lovely artifact you have great disdain for.
Mm-hmm.
That can make something a Wildwood. If you're a low drop, you might have some play there. Yeah, in general, probably not.
So I tried a crazy thing in my second game. I took 6 Therodons who had the Zeech mark. As we all know, the best mark for Therodons. Okay? And I stuck them all in the portal. Because I wasn't fighting any enemy shooting. In the second, they have built-in +1 to charge. And I was like, I can reroll. I can get an 8 on 2 chances at it. Why not?
Absolutely.
So then this dude blows forward into the enemy side, right? Just like, zoop, 22 inches, jumps himself across, right? Dumps all the Ogroids 9 inches away from the back line. Rerollable 8, can't get there. So they're just stuck there. which was not the best test. But it was funny. It was funny. So like, you know, there's goofy things you can do with him, but yeah, it is what it is.
Great plan, poor execution.
Yeah. Yes.
And many times it's like you're just better off with a bridge. Like,
right. Correct. Yeah, Sean, we mentioned that earlier. This guy cannot use the draw on power. He cannot roll 3 dice. He does not have the Eye of the Gods keyword. And the text above both of those heroic actions says you have to have that.
Jordan, do you see playing this guy at all in Slaves of Darkness?
Nope.
In a tournament list? Yeah, I don't. He's too expensive.
Yeah, it's a lot. He's so much.
Too fragile for that point price.
His most enticing quality though is knowing the whole spell lore.
Yep.
+1 is great. 2-cast wizard, but it's just.
Do you know what honestly would make me like him more? If his spell had a range of 18 inches.
Sure.
The fact that his little Infernal Flame spell is only 12 inches, that he has to get so close to the enemies to use his stupid on-scroll spell. It's really annoying because it's very offensive and he is very fragile. Right? So, that small difference.
Again, I don't want to harp on this, but I do often think like Ghostmist can be undervalued and underplayed for situations like this, when you can control drops and reliably cast a key spell, turn off line of sight, and protect something like this. But even with that situation, I still have a hard time seeing this guy because he's not leveraging Kabbalist. You
Yeah.
really want him in Kabbalist with like Master Magic, 3 spell cast, whatever it would be. But yeah.
Yep. Okay, then the Gaunt Summoner on foot, who's just like objectively worse for no reason. So fine. And only 30 points cheaper. Chaos Lord on Demonic Mount. Your bargain basement Lord on Karkadrak. He loses some of the offensive power, 8 wounds, 10-inch move, 3 up save, 9 bravery. But importantly, still has the 5 up against mortals. Still has the more damage with the lance, if you give him the lance. So he has like the knight charge. And still has the strike first effect when he charges. And importantly, on his strike first, pulls either a unit of Chaos Knights, Chariots, or Gorby's Chariot into to be able to fight immediately. So Chaos Knights, because it's not going to be the other two, and pulls them into the ASF part of the turn, which is what's amazing. Just to maximize activations. Like, it is very easy, depending on how you're constructed in this army, to have like 3 or 4 activations in the combat phase before your enemy gets to go once.
And I know we discussed it, but just to say it, my understanding, and I think yours, the way that it's worded means that you could get 3 activations before your opponent goes. You get
Correct.
him, you get the Chaos Knights, let's say, and then you get your normal activation.
Correct.
Awesome.
That's exactly right. He
5
started the bargain
activations.
basement Lord on Kark. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jordan.
I was just going to say, 2 of those pairs, you have 5 activations. Not that
Yeah,
it's
sure.
obviously overkill, too much of a good thing, but
Mm-hmm.
Or is it?
I know, exactly. It's enticing.
Yeah. He's not bad. Like, at 170, I think he's perfectly reasonable. He's a perfectly fine hero. Like, I have no issue with him whatsoever.
I like him with a fancy hat, but to me it's predicated on what's the new GHB going to look like in terms of a bargain basement guy with a fancy hat to be a utility piece.
It depends on the
in your
points you
list.
got left. This is an expensive army. If I don't have 220 left, but I need this roll, like if I can't get the Lord on Kark, I'm happy to take his
Exactly.
bargain basement twin and be as my last thing and be happy with it. Like, it's cool.
Right.
He's going to do most of what I'm asking the other guy to do anyways. Okay, Chaos Lord on Manticore. This guy's interesting. I am so back and forth on this guy. So, by the way, this is the good monster. Just in case you're interested into spoilers, you should have one of these guys in your list.
Sure.
This is like the potentially good monster.
Oh.
You know, he's a 12-inch move with 12 wounds, 4 up save. He goes to it, but actually, he has a 3 up save because you're always going to give him the rune shield, so he's 5 up against mortal wounds and a 3 up base save, so fine. He does the whole like his monster does extra damage against other monsters, fine. He can do some extra mortal wounds in addition, fine. But really his thing is he's a monster with 12 wounds or 14 into spoilers that doesn't have a damage chart.
Mm-hmm.
He's just, there's no damage chart here. He just is what it is. It is what it says on the tin. He actually has Ren 2 now, which is appreciated, I suppose, on his sort of main attack, though he doesn't get many attacks with them. And when he issues redeploy, you can reroll the die that determines the distance. I was wondering when we were gonna really see this start happening. Like, it's the most obvious way to play in that design space of letting you reroll the redeploy die. We haven't really seen it as much as I expected, but this guy does it. So he's interesting, and again, he does have Eye of the Gods and all that, so he can level up and like get rend and things like that. So it's cool. At 270, I don't hate him. I don't hate him. Jordan, where are you living on this guy?
I'd say I don't hate him is the best description. It's like he's solid, has some uses. He's not by any means like something you're like, oh yeah, I have to have him in my army when you're building. But he's got solid utility, and the redeploy is big. I think, like you mentioned, it's people kind of sleep on that. But in a pure combat army, when you're like, you live and die by choosing the engagements.
Yep.
That's the redeploy can be so big. We know that.
Totally agree. Yeah. Yeah. He's like a 6. He's like a 6, maybe a 6.5. Like I can see him in lists. I've
I've been thinking about him in Legion of the First Prince for all the reasons that we've been discussing, right? versatility, adaptability. You could arcane tome potentially with this dude, give him flaming weapon. That now against monsters, he's doing 4 damage. Right, you can do flaming weapon on the mount attack profile.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
sure.
So, I mean, this guy is great for taking Eye of the Gods buffs.
Sure.
Get some additional rend on this dude. He starts to get really interesting, right?
Yeah, if he hits the rend up once, he's suddenly a way more interesting guy. I will
Yeah.
say you can build him, like I was kind of joking with the defensive build, which would be the standard way, but you can choose to build like the Suicide Lord on Manticore, which is you take the Lance in addition, and then you corn mark him or something, so he's just just like all the attacks, and you just pray you get the 8 on the Eye of the Gods table, and then go smash something. Like it is
Right.
it is a strat.
Yeah. I think he's priced well. Particularly 12 wounds, 3 up save, hero, 270 points. Like, yeah, that's a good price. With some of these other things rocking for him. He's intriguing.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Boom, boom. Chaos Sork Lord. He is like if you. Okay, he's interesting. He doesn't have the Iron Will Overlord thing, but what he does have is an 18-inch range spell that's pretty decent. Like pretty darn decent actually. Because you roll a number of dice equal to the number of models in that unit. For each 5, it's 1 mortal wound. For each 6, it's 2 mortal wounds. That is not bad. If we end up shifting away, like, and see more large units here, like Gits are probably on the horizon. If that new book is any, he's literally there's like Gits in the picture.
Yep.
Right. So like, if that becomes a thing,
yeah.
if you start to see more larger units, like that spell is pretty good.
Yeah, highly rare to see an 18-inch on that kind of spell. So, yeah, pretty sweet.
Yeah, and he's 265. I mean, he's still a roar. He's still a monster. It's all that kind of stuff. He still has no chart. So,
I think with the sorts, it's worth mentioning just oracular visions.
Yeah.
Trended down largely from the last book. No longer +1 to save. Now it's a 6-up ward. Great change for balance and the health of the game, but just something to be aware of.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. A great point. Yes, oracular visions, everybody's favorite auto buff that used to go on for the +1 to save, is now just a 6-up ward. Again, not that's bad.
Yep.
It's fine. It's a perfectly good thing. It's just like it's not +1 to save. So. Okay. But yeah, like to me, this guy lives and dies by, is this spell worth it? And this spell is worth it if the meta has more big units. The more big units we see, the more I'm looking at this guy real hard. I've been thinking about including him in the list because of the range and the efficacy.
And even if just a little extra bonus, like obviously, if you have the points, upgrading your Chaos Lord on foot, you have a way more reliable or tanky piece comparatively. That's going to survive a couple extra rounds of shooting. If you really are dependent on those 2 or 3 spells, all those buffs that we talked about that were 12-inch range, or some of the spells that were 12-inch range, he can get keep up with the units a lot better. He can close the distance better behind your screens. So I think he's got good utility, but again, just not doesn't instantly jump out as like, okay, I have to take him.
Yep, agreed. Which is good. Like, I think there's a lot of things in this book that are like that, where it's like how you fit the pieces together is really going to determine a lot of how what your goals are and what your list is capable of, and so on. Yeah. Chaos Lord on Karkadrak, maybe my favorite war scroll in the book. 9-inch move, 9 wounds, 3-up save, 9 bravery. Good damage capabilities. Lost his self-heal, which I'm sad about. Still does the mortal wounds in addition on his blade. Still does the impact hit mortal wounds. Still has a 5-up save against mortals himself. And he has the strike first effect when he charges. And he, much like the little guy, pulls Chaos Knights into the always strike first phase to attack with him. Has Eye of the Gods. Take a mark, obviously, at 220. This dude is just maximum value. He is like lock, stock, ready to rock. He does many things. So, it's good. He's just good.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Played a few games with him. Death Dealer, fighting twice, kind of interesting. But yeah, trying to roll in the Eye of the Gods table, get him up to increasing that rend on multiple profiles to really make him scary. Yeah, I've enjoyed him.
And the strike first just makes it the perfect thing for clearing screens.
Yep.
You know, it activates even if it's like, Chaos Knights or whatever. Then activating is amazing, but even just for Vanguard or something else, just letting him clear the screen first, then you pile in your chosen, right? Like,
right. Good point.
Yep, because they're still going forward 3 inches. The thing that is there, they're just going to step forward and then fight the thing that was behind. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Especially when you're talking about like a 2-inch reach that the guys behind might, or that those other guys might have. They can reach deep. Yeah, 100%. Okay. Chaos Lord on foot, 5-inch move, 6 wounds, 9 bravery, 3 up save. Again, has like his little weapons. He can, like, you're going to take that Reaper Blade and steal, so that's fine. He still has the mortal wounds. This is the retinue ability. Before you allocate a wound or mortal wound to this unit, instead of making a ward roll for a wound or mortal wound that would be allocated to this unit, if this unit is within 3 inches of its retinue, you can roll a dice on a 1 to 2. That wound or mortal wound is allocated to this unit as normal. On a 3+, it's allocated to that unit's retinue instead. So, yep. And he as well pulls units in to fight. The trick is he doesn't have ASF, but he does do that. He still pulls units in. So he's still jumping the activation line, which is what's interesting about it. And he can pull any unit in. They just have to be wholly within 12 of him. And so he's cool.
Yeah, been
you're running a couple of these guys, right?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I've like my early sense of list building, staying within the army of Iron and Rune theme, which I'm most attracted to doing for a 2023 army, is putting most of the points in the units and then going light on heroes. And I just have found like 2 Chaos Lords perfect because you can keep them alive. Again, retinue, you can stack retinue right now, the way that it's worded. You could have 5 Chaos Lords, all retinue to 20 Chaos Warriors if you wanted to for some reason. As far as, does that seem right to you guys? The way that it's worded?
At the moment, it is how it works, yes.
Yeah, we'll see. So, but yeah, no, they're awesome. At least, again, for what I've been using them, getting a lot of value because they're safe. They're better protected from nonsense happening. So,
yeah. No, that is correct. Infinite Sorrows. It is his retinue he pulls in. I'm sorry. You're correct. Yeah. To fight next. Thank you.
It's retinue. Yeah.
Yeah, it's his retinue who he pulls in to fight. But yeah, he's good. At 115, he's actually one of the cheaper hero choices. He's relatively tough. Like, he's cool. Cool dude. Chaos Orc Lord. So 120 points, single caster. It is what it is. He has oracular visions for the 6-up ward, and demonic power is you get to pick 1 friendly mortal slaves to darkness unit, wholly within range and visible to the caster. Add 1 to hit and wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by that unit until the start of your next phase. I mean, still an incredible buff. Cast on a 6. Very good spell. I hate that they had to put the word mortal in there just to shove it in like the Demon Prince's eye. Not that that would be the correct choice for it anyways, but like why? Why could it just be a Slaves to Darkness unit? We had to like just take that. But that's fine. So, yeah, cool. 120. Jordan, how you feel about the Sorcerer Lord? Is this guy making the cut? Just the good old-fashioned Sorcerer Lord?
He's great at holding an Arcane Tome, so...
Yep.
Yeah, gets past my book.
He's everybody's favorite librarian. Yes, he just... Mr. Books. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's a good book carrier. Doesn't benefit much from I in any, like, tangible way, really. But... by having it, obviously, it lets him access the draw-on power. So,
and demonic power is, as you mentioned earlier, Vince. I mean, it's a rare Holy Within 18 as opposed to 12. And add 1 hidden wound rolls does enormous work with this Battletome.
Hugely powerful buff.
Yeah. So I'll always. I mean, he does right now, at least in the current reality, he has the challenge of potentially getting sniped because there's certainly no way around that unless, again, Ghost Mist, etc., that I've been making the case for very powerfully and passionately on this show. But yeah, he's good. I like him.
Yeah, he's He is a solid caster. He has the standard problem that those kinds of guys have, right? Which is he is snipeable, but that's reasonable for 120 points. Yeah, sure, of course, that's fine.
Agreed.
The best boy, my favorite boy, in the whole book. This is my dog right here. The exalted hero of chaos, champion of champions. 5-inch move, 6 wounds, 4-up save, 8 bravery. But don't believe the hype. I don't believe that. That's not true. He has 2 different weapon choices. Either you can take the good one or the bad one. The good one is the 4 attacks on 3s, neg 1, 2. The bad one is the 8 attacks on 4s, neg 1, 2. And that is because if you give him the first one, he has a rune shield, which gives him a save characteristic of 3-up and a 5-up against mortals. Fantastic. By the way, the average damage on both of those 2 attack profiles is nearly equivalent. It's about 0.1 difference. You would think doubling the attacks would have more of an effect on the damage, but it turns out going from 3s and 3s to 4s and 4s is cataclysmic to your damage. Turns out 4s and 4s sucks. Who knew? So this guy, after deployment, you can roll once on the Eye of the Gods table for this unit. That is one of the most fun rolls you're going to make in the whole game, because you're just like, come on, Demon Prince, here we go. Yeah. Like, this guy shows up, he gets marked undivided, so he gets to reroll one of the die. Okay? And you're just like, can I upgrade this guy right away? Can I just get a free 95 points in my list? Let's see what happens. And he gets +1 attack if he's near enemy heroes or monsters. I made this guy my general in my Despoilers army to give him a command trait. The command trait I gave him as a joke, since everybody had a command trait, like every hero I had a command trait, was the one where he gets to roll at the start of the game on the Eye of the Gods table. So I was rolling twice at the start of the game, wherein he got a 5-up ward period and +1 rend. So I was like, this dude's ready to go. Let's go get it, man.
Yeah.
And just shot that little lunatic forward. He went out and he did some good work for me. So he's just fun. Like, this is such a Timmy slot machine guy, right? So if you just like goofy plays, like, he's just fun. There's no real quality here, to be super clear, despite my discussion of him. But like,
honesty.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not a good competitive choice, but on the fun quotient, this guy is a 10 out of 10, right? Like, it's just wacky, hilarious, fun. So there you go.
Gorgeous model. Beautiful model.
He is a beautiful model. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. If you give a prince the roll on the table, can they then do so? Oh, like, no, because they don't fulfill the thing. You have to have Eye of the Gods to take that command trait. It is fun detected. Yes, indeed. Okay, Ogroid Myrmidon. He's bad. Scroll over.
You need some synergies with Theridens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
he opens up Theridens as battle line.
Needs a little more synergy with Theridens. Yeah.
Yep. Like, is it Tyler, Jordan, do you want to defend this guy?
Nope.
I don't think so, dude. I mean, I haven't looked that close at him, but just doesn't pass the sniff test.
No, he's real bad. He's real bad. Yep. It's a shame. It's just a shame. This is actually the only thing keeping the Demon Prince off of the power to quality of model disparity. The only thing keeping the Demon Prince from being the winner is this guy, who is one of the greatest models they've ever made, and this is just a absolute tragedy of a scroll. Like, this is straight terrible.
Yeah, it breaks one of the principles they've gotten better at over the years, right? Which is Warscrolls like this, giving some utility.
Yeah, he doesn't do it. He's pure melee assassin, and he's very bad at that job. So. His attack profile is not even the equivalent of like a normal Stormcast Lord.
Missing an attack.
Totally off the wall, but it honestly just kills me inside that like the model has one spear, but he throws it and then still fights with it in combat. Like,
Sure.
There's more spears. You just can't see them. They're like hidden right off screen, off his base.
It's funny.
Okay. Ogroid Theridons, on the other hand, these guys I think do have some potential play. At 5 wounds, 5 up save base, 6-inch move, 6 bravery, They get +1 to charge built in from their musician, which is great. They get +1 to bravery, so they're bravery 7, which is solid because like it's good bravery. It means that like if you only lose one dude, which can happen a lot, you don't have to actually take any chances of running. And the main champion has +1 attack. You can also build. You can either build them with the big falchion for 3 attacks, 3s, -2, 3. Or sorry, the great axe. I apologize, for 3s, -2, 3, or the one-handed weapon for 3s, -1, 2. If you build them with the one-handed weapons, then they also get the shield, and their save characteristic becomes 4 up. That is the path of cowards. You build them with the two-handed weapons because they are here they're here for one purpose, and it's to go do work, son. And so they also get +1 to wound if any wounds were or mortal wounds were allocated to them earlier. So if they happen to have to fight second, they actually get better. And then you can also unleash savagery once per battle, and if you do so, you get 1 to the attacks characteristic of this unit's melee weapons. However, this unit cannot receive the Inspiring Presence command. Cool, I wasn't going to do that anyways. So, yeah, they can be marked, so they can, gain all sorts of stuff that we talked about earlier. All the things that we talked about earlier from the marks, so you +1 to attack on the charge, or +1 to run and charge, or whatever. So... All fun options. Yeah, these guys can get in there and do some work. Jordan, how you feeling about Ogroid Therodons?
I think these guys actually have a great role that's kind of unique, where they're with their profile and where they're pointed. They're not going to be your biggest, scariest threat, most likely, but they're also not the biggest target, right? So they're the unit that isn't going to get shot at or attacked necessarily turn 1, turn 2, and it's a great counterpunch unit. It's more susceptible with a worse save than your other stuff. So if your opponent does go out of his way to target it because they're potentially doing more damage to it, it takes the heat off your other units, which are worth more. There's more value in them. So they're in that kind of sweet spot where I think they can they'll sneak by in some matchups and then counterpunch and level something. So
yeah,
they're cool.
I think they're right. Spot. Yeah, they're right where they should be. They fill a very strong role. They're great. Also, that Gut Rip is super dead. That guy is not long for this world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
they're wonderful.
When I first looked at them, it just reminded me of kind of old school 10 drides in the front, 3 sides behind, swinging over the top. 190 points, just have 3 Therodons as an immediate counterpunch. Anything that comes into 10 Chaos Warriors. That sounds nice. That's not a huge investment to give some immediate blowback. Right, coming into 10 Chaos Warriors on an objective or whatnot. That's cool. Or 6 of these for 380 as, again, a Soul Scream bridge play. That's really attractive with Slaanesh. That's a relatively small investment. You keep them way back, and you have that as an ongoing threat with fairly minimal investment. That's 100 points cheaper than 10 Chosen. I think these guys could make an appearance in a number of different lists. They're intriguing, both in 3s and 6s.
Yep, agreed. The Chaos War Shrine, we talked about all the buffs earlier. It's 185 points. It's a priest and a totem, so it can issue commands, which is cool. And it has spells. The only thing I didn't mention earlier is it does still broadcast out its friendly mortal slaves of darkness units get the ward of 6 up within its protection of the dark gods radius. Other than that, we talked about all of the different prayers it can do. They're all on a 3. They're all varying degrees of fine. The Slaanesh one being the best one. Yeah. Not a monster. And no chart, but 14 wounds.
Yeah. The thing has one big problem. How good are you at rolling 3-ups?
Sure.
Because that's why he's there. For you to roll a 3-up. And if you don't, you're going to feel real bad at this price investment in my mind.
Sure. Is there mystical terrain on your board? That's the question you're asking. You're hunting for that real hard.
Yeah. There's some great buffs here, but I cannot stand the idea of putting 185 points into something that I'm just banking on a 3-up.
Sure. So, Jordan, where you live with this guy?
Yeah, same boat. Do you really want to take it into the nest for those chosen? If it was a hero or something, and you could take, the command trait for the reroll all day. I'd all day take it with if you're taking chosen. But without that, I agree with Tyler that it's I've been hurt too bad by 3-ups in the past, right? We all have.
Sure.
So
I mean, mathematically, a 3-up to pray is a 6.5 to cast. If you want to, like, it's right. It's slightly harder than a 6, but slightly easier than a 7 on 2d6. So
I hate it.
And good point, by Ridge. Otherwise, it's not doing anything else for you, right?
Right.
Like
Really?
you're only
Yeah.
taking it for the prayer, and it's not as reliable as you need it to be.
Yep. Agreed.
I mean, it's a good number of wounds, but yeah, it's not doing much in combat. It's great.
Agreed. Hey, it can run and charge in Knights of the Empty Throne. It does have a mount.
Go.
So.
That's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Funny. I don't know why you'd want to, but it can.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish the 6-up ward was also 6-up endless. I don't know. Just like that'd be nice. Spell endless spell. Add that on top.
Sure.
Anyway, neither here nor there.
Okay, chariots. We got 2 different flavors, as always. We got our regular Chaos Chariots that are either 100 points for 1 or 300 points for 3. There's no middle ground. You take it in one of those 2 formations, right? And if you take the big unit, you get the champion guy. Okay, cool. 7 wounds, 4-up save, 12-inch move on the normal chariot, 9-inch move, 8 wounds on the Gorbeast chariot. Both have actually some interesting things going on. I don't know that they're ever going to really merit inclusion in the list, but I do want to give them credit for like at least trying to pick some very clear roles here and lanes for these 2 things. I have put like 1 chariot in when I had 100 points left, and I was like, all right, sure, why not? Like, okay, I've got exactly 100 points on my list. Let's do it. At any rate, the regular chariot can, once per battle, it can run and charge, which is cool. It's a good ability on an already decently fast unit. And then importantly, it has the ogre charge. Like when it charges, you roll a dice for whatever your charge roll was. On every 5-up, the enemy unit suffers a mortal wound. So, okay, cool, nice little mortal wound impacty thing. The Gorbeast chariot obviously does a little more damage because of the Gorbeast itself, but it's a little more. I just want to be super clear. It's not that huge of a difference. But the important part about that one is at the end of your combat phase, if this unit made a charge move this turn, it can make a normal move and can do so even if it's within 3 inches of enemy units. If it does so, it can pass across other models with a wounds characteristic of 4 or less in the same manner as a model that can fly. In addition, after each such move, you can pick 1 enemy unit, pass across, and roll a dice for each model in this unit. For each 3+, that enemy unit suffers D6 mortal wounds. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. So that is a very interesting ability. Now, obviously, this thing has to charge something and then survive, but wounds of 4 or less is pretty forgiving, even in the current game. That's quite a lot of targets that this thing can roll over. Mm-hmm. And then you get to roll for each model in the unit, and every 3-up is D6 mortal wounds. That is wild in certain situations.
Each model in the Gorbeast chariot unit.
Correct. Yes. Not the enemy unit.
Yeah.
No. And the chariot. Like if you've got one, I want to make sure nobody misunderstood me here. Like if you have 3 of these chariots and they survive, right? You're going over the top. Theoretically, you can get all of them. Like if your 9-inch move can just have you tow over one of them and then move, and you get 3 rolls. Right at that for 3d6 mortal wounds for that 3-up. Average is obviously 2d6 mortal wounds. That's not bad. And remember, this will run and charge itself all the time in Knights of the Empty Throne. Mm-hmm. Right? I don't know. Is this good?
So I'm going to make a case for the Gorbeast, and the mortal wounds to me are icing on top.
Okay.
If you've ever played against or with Pig Heavy Ironjaw's Bloodtooths, against a really good player who knows how to utilize Hunt and Crush really well to pin you with charges, when I see this Warscroll and that unstoppable momentum, I'm not sending him in to do damage. I'm not sending him, I'm pairing him with my Fellspear Vanguard or my Chaos Knights, where he's just on the side, tagging the unit I'm charging and blowing up. Yeah. And he's staying safe, not getting hit back, and then moving 9 inches. And pinning the one enemy unit that I don't want to come counterpunch me.
Right. Right.
Like that to me is like,
Well, hold on. It wouldn't be able to end that 9-inch move within 3 inches of any other unit because it makes a normal move, right? So it's making a normal move.
Oh, yeah.
So like
yeah.
the prohibition is against it can start the normal move within 3 inches, but it has no part of the rule is alleviating the ending because normally you cannot start or end a normal move within 3 inches of an enemy unit, right?
Sure.
So it can't float to pin the second unit. Just to
That's
be clear.
fair. Yeah, that's fair. I think there's still utility there though, as you know, if you can tag that unit or whatever it has. You're right. That's definitely a huge hit. I missed that one. So sad actually, because we all know how strong that Iron Jaws ability is.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
is super strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's very much them going in and out, right? And like they do okay damage when they fight, and boy is it the okayest of okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're really pulling for that mortal wounds. Now, don't get me wrong, if you get 3 ups, boy oh boy, is that a rough day for that unit potentially, because that's an average of 10 mortal wounds. That is not nothing. Okay? That's a lot. But it's 345 points at the same time. So it's like, But it is a lot of board control. Those are big bases.
Yeah. And actually, on that note, the big bases, you're right. Like without being able to tag, you can still screen out your unit.
Yeah.
Pretty effectively. You know, with that, like 9 inches is a lot, right? It's so be able to move after, protect your units we talked about, but I think there's still a role there.
Yeah.
It's definitely one I need to actually test. I haven't had any tests. Don't know anybody who has. Curious to hear if anybody has experience with it.
Oh.
It's intriguing, certainly, right? You probably mark these guys Nurgle to improve their durability. They're trying to survive. Yeah, you could do Slanesh to speed them up.
Just give them
get
even
in.
more charge to really like come in from downtown, right?
Yeah, exactly. Which is notable. Yeah, you could potentially try to set something up to assassinate a 5-wound hero. Set the conditions right to do that. But yeah, no, I think these guys are going to see play.
I actually like the next list I want to try is actually like I want to try 2 packs of 3 of these in a Kotet list just to see if I can go for like maximum shenanigans. And kind of what I'm aping there is you remember the Cities of Sigmar like chariot spam lists. Now those were using like shooty weapons, right? I'm using like long bomb charges and mortal wound pullaways to kind of fill that role. But I'm just like I want to see if I can just go in, hit, and then set up screens for the knights to then follow on, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it will work or not, but it's going to be the next thing I try. So
yeah. Do you guys find much value in the Chaos Chariot? The main thing I was thinking of was like hit it with demonic speed, 3d6 to bump up the swift death mortal wound number a little bit on those 5-up rolls. But
yeah, the value of it is if you have 100 points left and don't like cultists, you can fill a battle line slot.
Yeah.
I think it's so close. If swift death was per model, not just for the unit,
right?
A unit of set of 3 obviously would be way more enticing.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. To me, I can't ever see the case for more than one, and you're just like doing it to get at a battle line because you don't want to run cultists or something.
Sure.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. The Dark Oath War Queen. She drags other Dark Oath units into combat with her, and if she fulfills her oath, which is she has to be wholly within enemy territory, she can issue Inspiring Presence to 2 friendly Dark Oath or Cultist units. She's 100 points. Fine. That's all I have to say about her. That's what she does. She also has a 5-up ward base because she has the Chaos Shield. The Dark Oath Chieftain at 95 points is one of my favorite little dum-dums to carry around. A very funny hero in Kabbalists because he suddenly becomes a wizard at 95 points, which is quite a cost-effective little wizard. He has a little bonus mortal wound thing on his main sword. He has 2 different profiles. He does have Eye of the Gods, as I mentioned. Like, I did turn this guy into a demon prince. It was super fun. So That's cool. He's much harder to fulfill his oath because he's got to kill an enemy hero or monster. That's a tall order for this guy, but
Yeah.
whatever. Look, man, you turn him into a wizard, flaming weapon, 3 damage broadsword that can kick some mortal wounds. He can get there. It's fine. And he can also pull Dark Oath units into combat with him. So yeah. They're both fine. They're just cheap as chips heroes. To me, the problem is it's like the Chaos Lord is right over there at 115, and I'm like, what's going on here?
The little thing called the retinue rule.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's one of these things is not like the other, right? So there you go.
That's kind of the start of a miss for me in this Battletome, which is Dark Oath.
Sure.
It still feels like a miss. Like
a little underdeveloped appendage.
Exactly. Yeah. They did a little bit of cool stuff, some cool things with Legion of the First Prince, Legionnaires, Bellicor, Synergy, etc. But yeah, this one just still needs more work.
Yeah. Agreed. If you only have a small amount of points left, you need another hero. As I said, he's like the cheapest hero you can turn into a wizard in Cabalist, which is funny. So it's not, but whatever, it's fine. I actually had a list where I had to swap to him because I just didn't have the points. So there you go. Chosen.
Here we go.
Oh boy. We're back, baby. We're back. All right, Tyler, you've run. I haven't actually used Chosen at all yet, so I'm going to turn it over to you because you've been running the Chosen heavy.
God. Have you had the pleasure yet? You got yours assembled?
I don't. Not built yet. Definitely going to, but Ryan on the channel, my buddy, has 10 of the old models, so he's been playing with those in a couple games, and
fantastic.
They slap.
Yeah, they do. Yep. They are the Chaos Protectors. Here to shine. This unit, so 3 wounds, 3 save, 8 bravery, goes to 9 bravery with the Standard Bearer, 5-inch move, full splitter, great name, 2-inch range, attacks, 3s, -1, 2 damage. Beautiful. And then the Musician, add 1 of the charge rolls. So you see that a lot with these core units, the iron units, warriors, etc. 1 bravery +1 to charge. Herald's Ruination. Essentially, once for battle, they can fight twice. Some interesting timing on this one. So a couple of things. One is that I believe you have to announce it right after they fight for the first time.
Yep.
Am I reading that correctly?
Yep.
Spot for the first time. Yep. Cool. And then the second thing is if they charge a turn when you do this, the way that it's worded, let's say they're not within 3 inches of any enemy units, because they charged, you could still pile in 3 inches toward the closest enemy units. Does that seem fair in the way that I'm reading that?
That's correct.
To you guys?
Yeah, they can.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, if you like, what you're saying is let's make this real for everybody, okay? You charge. You hit a unit. You blow that unit into Kingdom Come, as will often be the output of this unit attacking, right?
Yeah.
Because they have the hitting power of Plague Sensor Bearers.
Yeah.
And they only cost like 3 times as much, so it's fine. No, I'm just being funny there. They're obviously an amazing unit. They will tend to blow people up.
Sure.
You can still declare the fight twice, even if no one else is near you, because it doesn't have any trigger like that. If you do so, you'll get to go forward another 3 inches, and as we mentioned, they have that 2-inch reach. So their threat range off where they happen to be standing at the end of that fight is 5 inches away, right? Yeah.
That's really interesting. Yeah, kind of nuance to pay attention to.
All loyal Kraith followers, by the way, will know this well. Because the Sisters of Slaughter are the exact same thing. Like, they'll fight again at the end of their combat, and they have a 2-inch reach, and so they'll just drive deeper into your lines. So
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, just some details you have to pay attention to. You have to think about, all right, what's my opponent likely to activate next? Could they potentially pull that model out of my threat range of 5 inches? So that means that I should not double activate, etc. But yeah, cool little details. Full Splitter has unmodified 6s to hit, mortal wound on top.
In addition,
yes. Then finally, the Wards of Chaos, they get to roll on the Eye of the Gods table right after deployment, which is amazing. 240 points for 5. I think one of the most extraordinary units in this Battletome. You're going to see them a unit of 10 a lot. They are, all kinds of different options. Nurgle is really good. make them tanky, eroding icon. You can go the durability route. We've already talked about Banner Screaming Flesh. They come screaming in with 41 attacks, twice, insane output. They one-shotted a turtle, Jordan. That was on a 2-up save. I rolled 9 mortal wounds. And just, I mean, with that many dice, you're going to roll a fair number of ones, right? And it's 2 damage a pop on each one that you roll on your saves. So, yeah. Amazing unit.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have call to be marked undivided, because then they'll suddenly go Eye of the Gods in a big way. They have call to be Khorne marked, so you just, if you're just going for the raw rage of extra attacks on the charge, they can go Slaanesh marked for the extra reach and stuff like that. Like this, they work so well in multiple marks. They are clearly a very offensive unit. Their downside is, again, you're trying to mitigate out how do you deal with the 5-inch move. It's the classic protector problem.
Yeah.
And they are vulnerable to mortals, which is a good thing,
Yep.
unless you get the 5-up ward on the Eye of the Gods or Tzeentch Banner or whatever the case might be. But yeah. Jordan, any thoughts on this unit?
I love them. I can't wait to get them on the table. Like, yeah, great delivery system. I'm a huge fan of protectors. And
Dude, your Stormcast list that you're playing, I've literally written that list so many times. I could never bring myself to play it because I was like, I gotta have Prime in there, and then I ended up with a Thunder Buddies list of Bastion and Prime. But you had the perfect choice of heroes, Relictor, Castellant, and then 10 GDs, 10 Protectors, 6 strikes?
no long strikes.
You had the 4 Fulminators.
4 fulminators, yeah.
What it was. Okay. Anyway, that's right. Yeah, Judy's instead of the strikes. 4 Fulminators, 10 Protectors. The gentleman's way to go with a Stormcast list. Love it. Good luck with the tournament that you've got coming up. I hope you do well with that.
Appreciate it. I thought of you with the 10 Judicators.
Nice. Yeah.
Chase asks, is it me or is it possibly better to go Khorne or Slaanesh in the STD book rather than the Khorne or Slaanesh books at the moment? Well, Khorne has a lot of play, but it's a very, 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 very finicky army that you have to really know exactly what you're doing. Like, it is capable of incredible power if you're really good at managing all of the things you got, like the levers and buttons and dials you have to be turning. As far as Slaanesh goes, there is no question. This is like the Slaanesh S2D is 8 million times better than anything in the Slaanesh book. 1,000%. That is a very unfortunate comparison. Okay. Chaos Spawn. Yep, that's a Chaos Spawn. Neat. Next. Okay. Chaos Warriors. Look, they got a 3-up save now, guys. Okay, that's what's important. Here we go. This is what we are. This is where we're living. +1 bravery from the standard, +1 to charge from the Hornblower, 10 for 220. They are battle line. 2 attacks on 3s and 3s, neg 1/1. Or they can take the halberd. I guess that might matter at some point, but I would never do it. They get +1 attack if it's wholly within enemy territory or wholly within 12 inches of an objective that you do not control. And of course, they have their 5-up save against mortals. Now, the obvious way to do these guys is to mark them Nurgle, as we've already talked about many times. I will now defend marking them Khorne. So I am kind of a fan of the 8-fold Doom Sigil. Okay. It is a weird, finicky thing to play, but if you're playing an offensive S2D unit, we'll talk about it when we get there, I think it can work. And so I had these guys sitting around. I took little packs of 10 of these dudes. Just 10 Chaos Warriors, all marked Khorne. And I had this little pack of 10 of them. And they are 2 attack space. And they are Khorne marked, so on the charge they get +1 attack. And they charged on to fight an enemy who was on an objective that I did not control. That could put them to 4 attacks. And they had +1 attack from the Doom Sigil. So they were 5 attacks each. So by the time they fought, because I didn't activate them first, I only had 7 left. But 7 of them generated 36 attacks. And I all had attacks. So it was 36 attacks on 2s and 3s. Neg 1/1 damage. And they chopped the living crap out of the thing they were fighting, out of this stupid unit. They're just like punching way above its weight, is the point, right? Like, it's not, is that like chosen damage? No, it's not even close. It's not even close. Okay. But you don't expect the 10 Chaos Warriors to suddenly explode, right? Explode, boy! Explode! And they did. And so I think that's a very funny build. I think it's interesting because they can still fill the sort of chaff roll and the, whatever with the toughness. It depends on what you need your anvils to do. So I love Chaos Warriors. I think they're actually super versatile, beautiful new models. They're great. Jordan, what's your where are you living on Chaos Warriors?
Bread and butter. Like, you're never sad about taking as many as you want. you
Um,
know, super tanky. You obviously mentioned the Nurdle mark with the banner. A 20 block of those isn't moving.
Yep.
So that's
so are you, as a kind of generalized build, trying to think about, like, I know this is sometimes a tough question, right? Context always matters, but are you going 2x10 or 1x20, do you think? Like,
I think if I'm taking warriors, I'm probably going personally into a 20 block.
hmm,
Um, a 10 isn't quite, putting an ensorcelled banner on it is a big investment that
okay.
could go elsewhere. And a 10 block, even with the ensorcelled banner, can still get lifted
Yes,
um, fairly easily, so they don't get a chance to get the big rally and host the
exactly.
Everchosen.
Right.
So I think if you want, I think you want a 20 block with warriors, and if you want small peripheral screens, then you're looking at cultists for that
Hmm.
kind of a role.
So I've been having this debate as well, Jordan, in these 6 games, right? I always love the idea of MSU. You know, Vince and I have that bias. We love to play MSU armies. I've been trying to make MSU work, and it just hasn't quite got there. I played a lot. Like, here's Karazai, here's Archeon, here's 9 Necropolis Stalkers, and they're just getting blown up. And I'm like,
Yeah.
even the eroding icon, I've only got 10 of them, so I'm not getting as much value out of it. It's like, okay, then I switched to the 20, and so far that's certainly felt better. It does affect you on board control, and you need to find ways to make up for that. That can be one of the. This book has a lot of incentives for you, I think, for you to run these bigger units, right? Like, you have clear incentives to run, I think, 20 Chaos Warriors, not 2x10. Clear
Yeah.
incentive to run 1x10 Chosen, not 2x5, etc. Maybe there's not as much of a case with 10 Chaos Knights. We can get into that. We can get into them. But anyhow, yeah, I was just curious where you land on that.
Yeah, that's chosen are great there. I think overall, the Odroid was the Therodons. I think they're great 3 packs. Like, think of them behind 20 block of Chaos Warriors, where
Yeah.
they're sitting in the middle of them.
Mhm.
And if you're not going for or they're counter punching after you get into the Warriors.
Right. That's cool.
Yep. But they obviously fill the anvil role extremely well. So if we're talking anvil, then it's time to start talking hammers. And that's, unfortunately, the other war scroll on this page. Chaos Knights also went to the 3-up save. That's what's important. They're now only lance. Also a thing to note. They're always lance. No more do you have the choice of the other little swords or whatever. Your champion's +1 attack. He can also have the silly flail if you want, but whatever. You have +1 bravery, so your bravery 8. And your musician actually doesn't give you +1 to charge. A lot of people just read that and were like, yeah, it's +1 to charge, just like all the other musicians. No, it is not. It is a way different rule. Your musician lets you change one of the dice on your charge roll to a 4, which is fantastic. It does mean your min charge is a 5. Like, that's flat out, that's what it means, right? Base. But it also means your chances, as you said, Tyler, of getting to the 9 are highly increased, right? Because if you get, like, you roll the dice, you just need one of them to be a 5,
Yep.
right? Just show me a 5 here. Oh, we lost
I'm
Jordan's
still
camera.
here, just my camera turned off.
Yeah.
Better.
Hey,
we go.
there you go. You're back. Okay. They also have this amazing rule called Riders of Doom. When a model in this unit makes an attack with its cursed lance, instead of using the range characteristic for that attack, you can target enemy units that are within half an inch of another model from this unit that is itself within half an inch of the attacking model. We'll talk about that in a second more, but Impaling Charge is still +1 to damage and +1 to Rend, so they go to Rend 2, damage 2 on the charge, and they still have a 5-up wound. 230 points for 5 in their battle line. They are fantastic. The advantage to the Riders of Doom means that you can get them very, very, very thin and still doing it. Like, you can have 2 and then 3 behind and basically be delivering pretty maximal hit. You can turn it into the old Bretonnian lance formation. These guys have Bretonnian lances. That's the easiest thing I can say about them. Right? That's it. We all like Chaos Knights, right? I mean, like,
Yeah, 100%. The worst kit I've ever built, though, from the new starter box. I don't know if you guys have built those ones.
I have. Yeah, I built 10 of them. Yeah.
I've been excited for non-push to pit kit to come out.
Sure.
But those worse than some of the Lumineth cavalry, and that's saying something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love these guys. From the way they can fight to what they do to how they charge to how they hit. We didn't mention it, but their Curse Lance is now 3 attacks on 4s, 3s, neg 1/1. Sucks they're still on 4s to hit. I hate that, but it doesn't matter. They still generally get there. It just means they need to be like one of your primary. They need to be getting +1 to hit somewhere.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of demonic power with them.
Exactly. Yep.
I put them on 3s and 2s.
Sure.
That's pretty sweet. Yeah. Don't know, guys. I mean, I have more of a question mark in my head about the unit of 10, the 1x10, than I do the 1x10 Chosen and the 1x20 Chaos Warriors.
Oh, I'm all
These
about
guys-
packs of 5 of these guys. I think 10's an overcommit. They get lifted too easy.
Yeah, and because they can get my experience so far, they can get bogged down a little bit in
Yep.
a tenor. And I've also, I mean, it didn't help that, Jordan and I got blood tooths. I mean, I thought they were far enough away, and then he just rolled a big charge. It's like, oh, cool. Well, there's a wasted unit of 460 points. Lovely. And I thought I was completely, it was frustrating. So, yeah, I do worry about them getting bogged down with a tenor.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is they're very susceptible to the counterpunch, right? Like they will tend to do very good damage to whatever they go into, but they're very counterpunchable because then they're off turn, off charge, and now they're like doing damage, right? And 10 gets bogged down super easy. Whereas little packs of 5, it's like you send it in, they generally blow up most things or do the damage they need to. Yes, then they go to counterpunch that unit, and then you bring in another pack of 5 to fight that first pack out, right? Something like that.
We mentioned a little bit, but just stated explicitly, both you and I have ran Khorne and Slanesh for the 2x5. So at least in my case, I don't know if you were doing this, but I didn't have the Slanesh banner on the 5, but I of course had the Slanesh hero command ability. I would give to those 5 Chaos Knights, right? So they could run and charge. They're getting the bonus on the charge, etc. Gives them incredible threat. And then, of course, demonic speed on the Khorne. So, yeah, it gives you really good threat range on the 2 units. And that's been working pretty well as it's kind of like a counterattack in round 2 in particular. So, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Marauder Horsemen and Marauders. These exist.
Sure. Yep.
My read is there is no purpose to these guys anymore, right?
I would
Am I
agree.
missing anything?
No.
They sit in the untenable space between all of the cultists, which are cheaper and do more better things, and who are also battle line, and the warriors and knights who are highly effective specialized pieces at their role. These guys
could have
are
been just stamp do not play. Yeah, move on.
Yeah,
They
right.
clearly don't want us playing.
Which,
these
by the way,
things.
good. They're all old, ugly sculpts. Cool.
Exactly that. Are they facing out an old kit?
Yeah. Like, finally, we put the bad rules on the bad models. Yes, good alignment. Keep doing that. Like, I was sick of Marauder-thon. So, it's that age has ended. They're terrible models. We don't need to see them anymore. We can all stop playing them. Let's move on. All right. Mutalith Vortex Beast. He is marked Tzeentch automatically. He is this tentacle monster guy. Okay. Here's what's relevant about this dude. He's 185 points for a 14 wound monster. He'll go to 16 wounds into spoilers. He is what I would call okay. And the reason I call him okay is because his warp reality thing that he does, his mutation aura, is an 18-inch range. Again, long for this book. It is effectively a ranged attack for him. This guy's completely pointless in melee, by the way. He does nothing. So he's only using this. However, if you have him near a Tzeentch wizard, which isn't like that hard to accomplish, you get to roll the dice twice and pick either one when you're rolling for what the mutation is. And the important part is if you get the 6, then the unit you picked within 18 inches suffers D6 mortal wounds. And if anything is slain, you get to set up a chaos spawn in combat with the unit. Okay? Which, as we all learned from the Tzeentch rule, or from the Tzeentch tome, hitting especially ranged units, killing things in there, and then putting them in combat with a chaos spawn is pretty good. It's pretty good. But he's otherwise like a lot of points for that trick.
Oh.
I wish his, the 1 through 4 abilities were better.
Yeah.
Like, and then it'd be really interesting, right? If there was like a -1 to hit, or reducing a move and run by 1 is just not enough.
Agreed. Yeah. Even if it didn't last the whole rest of the game, even if it was like,
Yeah.
if the 3 abilities were like, until your next hero phase, -1 to wound, or -1 to attacks, or half move, right? But again, limited all until your next hero phase, I would be in like Flynn on this guy, right? Because now we're talking about some interesting debuffs getting out there and doing some work. Yeah. The problem is you've got to have the Zinch hero to babysit him, because he has to roll the 2 dice, and even then he can still come up empty. So,
like I said, I haven't put a list together, but I could see somebody trying to run multiples of these, plus Caballas, multiple wizards, max out on 3 endless spells, make your like Jaws plus Rupture combo to make Jaws better, another damage dealing endless spell, and you're just leaning into the range damage, and you're trying to get 5-ups on these things to do D6 mortal wounds from 18-inch range on top of your endless spells and whatever else you can do.
sure.
But yeah, I don't know what that list looks like. I haven't built it, but there might be something there.
Yeah. Okay, the Soul Grinder. I want this guy to be good so bad. But, like, look, the Soul Grinder's funny because he's 18 wounds with a 12-inch move. He goes to 20 wounds into spoilers, which is a wild amount of wounds for just a regular monster. He's 230 points. He has a lot of attacks. He actually has ranged attacks, which is rare in the Slaves to Darkness army. He can run and shoot, which is funny, but not run and charge. I mean, he can be marked, so he can have run and charge as well, in various ways. The problem with this guy, like, look, marking him Khorne so he gets multiple attacks with that Hellforged Claw, where he could do D6 mortal wounds and stuff, is cool. Like, that's a fun thing. But this guy mostly hits on 4s and is a walking monster on a pie plate base because he's on the 160 mil round. And that is forever the giant challenge with this guy. Like, he just has this fundamental, like, power per square inch. We've talked about it a lot. It's why I like things like the silly little Exalted Hero and the Chaos Lord and stuff like that. They pack a lot of power per square inch. Like, they're tiny bases that can go do things. This dude is the opposite. He packs not enough power into way too much of a space, right? Really spread out. It's too little butter spread across too much toast. Anybody want to defend the Soul Grinder?
It's like with +2 wounds in the 1 sub faction. It's like I just want it to be good, right? Like,
Right.
But it's not. It's not there. A little more reliable damage, maybe. It doesn't need much, honestly.
Yeah.
At that price point.
Yeah. Does the price seem that bad to you, Jordan? Like, I mean, 230 is fairly cheap for 18 wounds, potentially 20 wounds.
20. And if it was on a 3-up, I'd say all day.
Sure.
That's where it just needs a little, like.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, why? It definitely starts with a force to hit, as you said.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, the fact that this guy is
one.
down the row, basically forced to hit.
Yeah.
Like,
A lot of people, the pie plate can be a challenge in terms of getting him to do what you want to do. Maybe he's part of like a blocking scheme. Like, here's Jaws and here's my 160 millimeter pie plate to block space. Maybe.
I mean, the 230 point price tag, like, rounds 3, 4, 5 when both armies have traded big hammers for big hammers, and you can throw demonic power on this guy. It's not nothing.
Doesn't have Eye of the Gods. Interesting.
yeah, no, it's just a monster. So
Think more about him. I'm not sure.
he's like the most on the line of the monsters to me. Like, I am gonna play with this dude. I mean, I have a couple Soul Grinders because I'm that kind of player. I'm that kind of moron. And so, it's just like, again, his base is so problematic. Ben said on the GW website it says he's on 100 by 150. That can't be. That's not a real base. There's no such thing. That is not an existing base.
Almost positive he's 160.
The biggest oval, or sorry, the biggest oval is the Chariot base. It's 100. Well, that's not true. The biggest oval is the Knight Titan base that only gets used on one model in AOS, which is 170 millimeters by 110. And that's used on the Black Coach. So like I don't know what that base would be. That is an imaginary base. That's like the base on the Dread Saurian. It's not real.
Yeah. Yeah, guys. I was trying to thinking about all the different ways they might be able to use this guy. The like maybe Slaanesh high mobility pin piece. Maybe, but it's a lot of points to invest.
Oh, that's yeah. That. Okay, so hold on, Ben. That's a square base. That's why it's 100 by 150. Yes. No, that's fine. That's that. No issue, Ben. That's the square base because this kit is like ancient. So it just comes with the old square base. Yeah, it's 160 mil round. Yeah. Okay. Slaughter Brute. Still bad. Great. Next. Anybody want to defend Slaughter Brute?
75.
He's bad. He's bad, Tyler.
All right, I'll take a
look at the Ren, and you can stop reading.
I haven't looked at this guy very closely. I was curious about his special. What are these following commands that they issued by his master?
Nothing. It's all bad.
Nothing here. Okay, 175 is a fair amount. Okay, all right, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, look. I want this guy to be good too. He looks super cool. He's not good.
Okay, fair enough.
Centurion Marshal. Okay. 10 wounds, the worst number of wounds. And this guy could maybe do something. Tyler, you and I sketched a guy out with this. Here we go. Oh. So let's put this dude in Kabbalists or give him an Arcane Tome. I'm going to take you through the way you could make this guy potentially do something. First of all, he's automatically undivided marked. He has 4 attacks with his spear on 3s, neg 1, 2. Okay? Each time this unit fights, make the attacks with its mauling spear first. Until the end of the phase, add 1 to the attacks characteristic of its Skull Bludgeon and Var Inspired Gladius for each successful hit scored by attacks made with its mauling spear. Okay. So we're going to try to get this guy some Eye of the Gods rolls, because that's a big part of my plan here, right? But we give him a little book or some kind of that. We put Flaming Weapon on the second attack. Then we're gonna like all out attack this guy or something so he hits on 2s. Hopefully I can get 4 2s. Now he's got 10 attacks with the second weapon, which is what I put the Flaming Weapon on. So now he's 10 attacks on 3s, no rend, 2 damage. Just trying to really like spam out multi-damage attacks, right? Whatever. His other thing is he can rally cultists on a 5-up as long as they're still undivided, which is important. If you take the Idolater Lord and switch their mark, he doesn't work anymore. And he can also like roll a die, and on a 6-up, he makes an enemy unit that has 5 or less models, or that is not a monster, fight last, because he gets them in the net. He is bad. I want to save this guy because I think he looks cool but like, no.
Yeah, I kind of like him. Just the Marshal of the Legions.
I agree. Getting that 5-up rally in other sub-factions.
Yeah. Legion of the First Prince is obviously what I'm thinking of, number 1. I feel like he's a nice Legion of the First Prince piece.
Okay. Yeah, because then you could tilt him around. He could take the other marks as well.
A lot of good options. Undivided Mortal and Legion of the First Prince with yeah.
Okay. Fair. He's not as bad as like the Slaughter Brute. Let's be fair here. I think there is ways you could build it. Like, let's be reasonable. This guy's probably like a 4 out of 10 for me. I think he's going to often not make the cut, but I don't think he's trash or anything. He's fine.
Yeah, I need to still build some lists, but I could see running him in Legion. Yeah, it's one of the heroes. Getting the 5-up rally. Again, number of good units. You put that on.
Sure.
Talked about how I think this book wants you to build some big units, like maybe 20 warriors and 10 chosen, or 30 Splinter Fang and 20 warriors, whatever. But like 2 big size units, you can really lean into rally plus everything else. So yeah, but outside of Legion, I'm not sure. Maybe your idea, of Kabbalist is interesting.
I mean, he's still carrying the rally with him, so he's still doing it in any of the things. It's just you have to be willing to stick to undivided, right?
Yes, sure, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I said cultist earlier. Yes, he can rally anybody with it who is an undivided mortal. Yeah,
Right, yeah.
So.
Yeah, not too bad.
Okay. So we're saying was I too harsh? We moved him up to okay potential. There's potential there.
I think so. Yeah.
All right, you won me over. You won me over. How about the Chaos Legionnaires? Anybody stepping up for these guys?
Love them.
Okay, walk me through it. Why do you like them?
Just cheap battle line, and it's the no commands ability. So
yeah,
specifically once per turn, like at the start of any phase. So a hammer comes into them to clear a screen, and you make sure they can't get all out attack or something like that. Or you want to stop someone from rallying, or use an inspiring presence. Like they're in the role of just cheap screens for the bodies.
Sure.
But they have a great tech utility, and it's not like, to me, it's like that ability would be interesting if it was once per battle. But the fact that it's once per turn, you're using it 10 times potentially a game.
Okay.
At key moments, I think it's really neat.
I like these guys as well. Yeah, I got a game in against them, 2 units. Of course, synergy was in place. They synergize with the Eternus, Furies, and Legionnaires. Give Eternus the
they give Eternus the command point. Yep.
Yeah, so I like the little synergies that are going on. Gets them on 3s and 3s with Bellicor, Holy Within 12. That's cool. Put out an impressive amount of damage, actually. I mean, my friend Trav, he was, I don't know, maybe I can't remember actually if he was rolling above average or not, but I was surprised by the damage output of these guys. He was in Bounty Hunters, right? So he had 3 in every 8 models. Must be a Horn Helm, add 1 of the damage characteristic. So I can't recall if he had a reinforced unit or not, but those guys are putting out 3 damage with 2 attacks, and then the base guys. It was an impressive amount of output.
Sure.
Caught me off guard.
And I mean, they are on a 4-up save, which is unusual for sort of chaff at this point cost, right? Like, obviously that's not moving the world, but it's fine. Like, it means that people actually have to work a little to kill them.
Totally, and it's nice to have a option on the cheaper end. You instead of 10 warriors at 220, you take 2 units of these guys spread out. The units a little on the battlefield. I like them a lot, and Legion of the First Prince especially.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Dig them. Okay, they get the thumbs up. Horns of Hashut. Okay. Couple things about the horns. They're bad. Unless somebody wants to defend these guys. But an interesting thing is they have no mark. They do not have Mark of the Gods, nor do they have a set mark. They do not have that rule because they worship a different god. It's like they're not undivided. They're not anything. They're just cultists.
Oh, weird. Yep. Gosh, I didn't catch that. Interesting.
They worship a different guy.
Yep. That's funny.
So, yep.
Let's see. So if you were to do, you're getting up to 8 attacks. Attack characteristic of Flame Hurler is equal to the number of models, the target unit. So if you max, I'm guessing, battle line, so you can double reinforce. You're at 30. So 8 times. So you're at 24 shots. 2s and 3s, but no rend. I'm guessing the Eye of the Gods improves rend on melee only.
Well, they don't have Eye of the Gods.
They don't have the Eye of the Gods. They're not undivided. You just went over that.
Yeah.
Can't make them undivided. I'm not seeing it. Jordan, do you see anything with these guys?
No, at the points cost, there's more utility in other units that are doing the screening role.
Agreed. So the Tarantulas brood, your spider dudes, I'm gonna lump them in the same bit as like a miss for me because there's just other cultists that I think are way better at this point cost. Now, an interesting part about this guy is they do regenerate quite a fair number of units because you get to return D3 slain spider swarms, right? And you get 13 models with 100 points, 3 of which are spider swarms, and you get to return D3 of those at the start of your hero phase. It's not nothing. The problem with me is we're about to flip over to snake people, and snake boys also get to return 1 snake every round, and the comparative here is really, really shocking. So, like, the problem is maybe these guys could be okay in some world, but they're a pass from me. Yep.
Agree. Yeah.
And obviously, Brent, you are dead wrong. 100%. That is the dumb god to worship. Your god is dead. It means nothing. No one cares about Hashut. That is not a real god right now. Okay. Anyways, there we go. Now that I've been sufficiently mean to poor Brent, who's never done anything but be nice to everybody in his entire life and is such a great human being. Okay. Hey, look who's right on the next page. Here they are. All right, let's talk about it. They're 100 for 10. They're battle line. They're bent. It's the Splintered Fang. Here they are. So let's walk through it. Poison weapons. So the unit makes 42 attacks. Or, sorry, 32 attacks. I apologize. I'm already marking them corn. The unit makes 32 attacks. Because they're 3 attacks each, 4s and 2s, no rend 1 damage. Every roll of a 6 is a mortal wound. And they get back their serpents every round. So obviously the first wound always goes to the serpents, and the serpent keeps coming back. Okay. In your hero phase. If you take Idolater Lord and flip them over to Khorne, then on the charge they're 42 attacks. Which amounts to, mathematically, given what they have, with nothing else going on. Like, we're not going to all out attack them. We're not doing anything special. Okay? 42 attacks is 7 mortal wounds. And 17 wounds you have to save against for 100 points when these guys charge. The list I played against was Ravagers with 5x10 of these, and then Archeon to back them up and give them fight on death.
On death.
With and then he was recalling half the unit every time, not picking the snake. So he'd put 5 non-snake models back, and then instantly the snake would pop back. So he'd have 6 guys. Okay.
Ooh, rude. Yeah.
So he's getting a full refund of 6 out of the 10 models, effectively, right? And yes, at the moment, you can technically take the other Khorne pieces, like the Bloodsecrator and Bloodstoker and other stupid nonsense, and yes, it will work on these guys when you flip them Khorne with Idolater Lord, okay? And that is all bad. And you're a bad person if you do it. There you go. That's what I'll have to say. Because obviously that'll get fixed in the new book.
If we want to name names, we can do that on certain channels, certain players. Or we can just move on.
It is so. I was obviously talking Bloodsecrator +1 attack. Other thing benefit more from the Bloodstoker +3 run and charge. That's all, and 3 roll. It's stupid, but you don't even need it, right? Like.
No, you don't.
You're investing more into these guys. You're then also confining yourself in terms of ranges and buffs and all that. It's like you said, just like a couple 10 blocks and maybe a 20 blocker. Like, any of those are so scary for anyone to go into for so little investment.
Oh.
And again, like you said, like Ravagers, that's the perfect build. Like you played against Vince with Archeon, making them fight on death. The unit that's going to die after it fights or when it's screening, and then coming back for half the unit, it's amazing.
Yeah, my Ogroids lifted a 10-pack, and then they had the fight on death on, and then they turned around and killed 4 of the Ogroids.
God.
So
yikes.
Obviously they're real strong. If obviously these guys are sold out everywhere right now.
Sure.
So what if we were to look at balancing a unit like this, and this is maybe to prevent some people from going out and buying 60, do you think what kind of a points hike is gonna is that something we should expect to see?
It's interesting because honestly the 2 to wound is so egregious here. Like, it seems so stupid, right? But I found that it made a huge difference because, like I said, the fact that almost when they come in with 42 attacks, again, we're just going to assume mathematical averages, right? They hit with 21 of them, 7 of which are mortal wounds and sort of stop, I guess. It's not technically 17 to not save again. Sorry, it'd be because 7 of which, so 14. So it's 12. I apologize because I was doing an addition. It's not an addition. So that, like, but those other wounds are just like more egregious sort of stuff on top. It's just it ends
weight
up
of dice you can get to.
yeah, it just ends up being more weight of dice, right? And I don't know. Is it knock them down to 2 attacks each so they don't go completely ham? As long as the corn stuff is around, like until the new corn book comes out, these guys are very hard to balance because you will be incentivized to just like, yeah, you don't really need the other stuff, but like, hey, why not take a Blood Secretor? He's got a pretty good range on that portal. Like, why not? Just like, let's put him at 42 or 52 attacks base. Like, sounds good, And, like, what do you price these guys at for the kind of hitting power they bring to the table? Because they'll lift a lot of what they go into, right? And by the way, this is all the mathematical averages. God forbid they roll even slightly out of the box on the positive side.
Sure.
Yeah, like for 200 points, you're doing 14 mortal wounds.
Right.
Like, it's a lot.
Like, they charged Eternus, like 10 of them just charged Eternus, like nailed a long charge against Eternus and lifted him before he fell. Like, it was just straight up 9 mortal wounds. He's dead instantly. Boop, pick him up. Didn't even get to rolling the normal wounds. Right. And so it's like they just have this combination of like a crap ton of offensive power, the ability to be regened in Ravagers. They synergize super well with a million things. I don't know what the fix is here, is my honest answer. Like, what's fair? 200 points, you double their points? Right, that seems egregious.
Yeah.
Sure.
But like they certainly have the hitting power of a 200 point unit. Easily.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
They were
Go ahead,
what,
Jordan.
1 attack in the old book?
Attacks.
2 attacks, I think, in the old book.
2?
Yeah, I think they were 2. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm thinking about Spite Revenants, actually, Jordan, with these. Like, Spite Revenants are not getting played much. Why are Spite Revenants do mortal wounds on 6s to hit? I believe it's not, I can't remember if it's in addition or not, but Spite Revenants have a number of built-in limitations. They're only battle line and Dreadwoods. They're 32 mils instead of 25s.
well, these guys are like a mix of 25s and 28s,
Yeah.
but yeah, sure.
I think also spites are 5 per unit, at comparable cost, right? So half the
Right.
attacks or half the volume.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't run the
yeah,
stats.
that's
I didn't run the stats hammer, Tyler. But when I say they hit like a 200 point unit, like I'm pretty sure if I ran the math on knights on the charge who are 230 points, right, and I'll give them like the corn mark or whatever, versus these guys on the charge, I don't think the damage would come up that incredibly different.
Well, again, Spite Revenants in my head right now. Yeah, so you're paying 210 points for 10, 31 attacks of Spite Revenants, doing a similar profile. 3 attacks each, and mortal wounds on 6s. So, yeah.
But not 4s and 2s.
Sure. But I mean, that 3s and 3s. It kind
Sure.
of about.
You can
Can all
easily move
attack.
the hit number on these guys to 3s if you need to, right? You can't move the wound number around on units very easy. And like 2s is a
totally.
wild thing to wound on.
Okay, yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I guess they do seem like they are dramatically undercosted. I wasn't thinking they're that undercosted, but maybe they are.
And especially when in context comparing them to the previous 2 Warscrolls, like,
Oh, sure.
100 points, you expect to be throwaway chaff, right? These are throwaway chaff. That's what you're buying, but it also does insane output. Like,
And
it's tough because it's also situational of where they really explode, right? Like with Archaon, in Ravagers. So do you price them or punish them based on that one situation where they? Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I have to think more about it, but tentatively underpriced. That's fair to say.
All in to say, a slight warning that this is something that could be a blip that jumps out as being very powerful, and we could see some changes as nobody knows. But the tallest nail kind of gets hit first.
Right.
So if you're gonna go out and buy a bunch of these, just beware.
So bloodletters are 110 points for 10, and I mean most people seem to think bloodletters are crap.
One attack base.
Yeah, and one attack.
You give them 3 attacks like they used. That was literally AOS 1. That was the plan. You ran those guys up to 3-4 attacks, and then they would mortal wound on low numbers and just like explode units, right?
Dan Ford and company back in the day.
All right, Tyler, I just ran the stats hammer while we're sitting here talking. A unit of 10 of these guys. Again, I'm just running straight numbers. I'm assuming no buffs. So 10 of these dudes in Corn Mark, right? So they make 4 attacks each, 4s to hit, 2s to wound, no rend, 1 damage. Their average damage against a 4-up save unit is 12.22. Okay? A unit of Chaos Knights who cost 130 points more. Right? And are they clear hammer in this book? 5 models, 4 attacks each. Again, we're going to corn mark them or Slanesh banner them. Assume that they go to 4 attacks, right? 4s, 3s, neg 2 rend, 2 damage. So again, optimal. 11.11 damage. The Snaky Boys beat them by a whole damage point and are 130 points cheaper. There's your numbers.
Yeah, all right. Well, fair to say we've identified maybe the defining problem in the book.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's anything more unbalanced than what we're discussing here.
Like, it's the fact that they can do so many mortals and then stack so many wounds on top, and also, as we said, all the synergistic combinations. It's not just like I see a lot of people in the comments making these like 1 unit to 1 unit combinations, but it's not just that comparison. It's also putting it with Archeon and Fight on Death. It's also that you can resummon back half the unit, right? So you take 50 of them, you actually end up with 80. It's all those kinds of things, right? So
interesting.
Okay, and like the problem is it's a very twisted around set of then incentives you have around the rest of the book. So, because things like this next scroll we're about to read should be pretty appealing, right? Like, because the Cabal are cool. Like, this is actually a cool unit. They look awesome, and they have a neat story here. They're like 80 points for 9 dudes. They're invisible when they're in terrain, and if they charge when they're wholly on terrain, they can fly when making the charge move. And instead of setting them up, you can keep them as a reserve unit and then drop them down 9 inches away. Awesome. This is the Gorger roll we talked about in the Ogre book, right? Like 2 of these is worth 4 victory points because you can drop them behind the lines and do Barge and do Desecrate. Like, cool.
5 because you can get the bonus because they're battle line. You can get the bonus for Barge.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
2 units get the bonus, yeah.
So, like, I think Corvus are really good.
Awesome.
100%, yeah.
So, like,
I mean, that's really cheap. 80 points
it's
for
so cheap.
This kind of unit.
Yeah, for like you said, 5 victory points, good versatile unit, just cool. They're just cool. But they have like a completely reasonable attack profile. I agree with Two-Headed Cav who said they're the best not broken cultists. I like them a lot.
Yeah, seem a little too cheap. Like just a little. They're amazing. Yeah, they're gonna make their way into.
I mean, they're just doofuses on a 6-up save, right? They're there for like that kind of screening and like they're battle tactic getters that then go fly around and chaff. That's it.
Yeah, they're cheap shadow stalkers, mobile screens. They're automatic. 3 points to battle tactics. I mean, that's just incredible value for a total cost of 160 points.
Yeah,
2 units.
It's the same reason I think most ogre lists will just randomly have 2 gorgers in them.
Yeah.
So they're like, once we get out of Iron Blaster phase or whatever, probably. Although I believe one of the Iron Blaster lists from the weekend did have 2 gorgers in it. So, yeah, I mean, I like Tree Reps for the same reason. So,
I take it you're a fan of the Cabal.
Yeah, they're cool. Ridge showed it him. He got me onto them too, or like kind of pointed it out. They're great.
Yeah.
Easy to fit 2 in a unit. 2 in a list.
Yep.
2 units of these guys.
Speaking of like ones I find interesting, the Unmade, 80 points for 9 dudes. So again, like cheap as chips. Like attack wise, whatever. Of course, you're not taking any of these guys really for their attacks, unless you're taking the snakes being a weird standout. But these guys have an ability called Frozen in Fear, and it's enemy units cannot receive the redeploy and rally commands while they are within 12 inches of any friendly units with this ability. Love shutting off redeploy a lot. Like you mentioned earlier, the power of redeploy, Jordan, and like, boy, I love shutting off redeploy and I love shutting off rally, and it's a unit, right? So you can get them kind of spread out in a pseudo weirdish way, like if you do the little boop 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 thing, and that's quite a big area. They'll spread that out around, move them up first, and no one's getting a redeploy away from you, and suddenly all your units can land very easy charges. Like I like Unmade a lot.
Yep.
Play. Yep. They're gonna see play.
Yeah, they feel like an easy include for a unit. Like if I've got 80 points, this is a pretty easy investment for me.
Definitely.
Because they obviously double up as just chaff. Like they're also just cheap chaff. Like cool, fine. The Cypher Lords. No.
Pass. Yeah.
Pass. They can't all be winners.
Yeah.
Scions of the Flame. Pass. Spire Tyrants. Also pass. I'm not in for either of these guys. Like again, at the 80 point mark for this number of models, we just identified 2 different units that have a clearly defined role. Right.
Funny comparing the Spire Tyrants to Splintered Fang is hilarious.
Yeah, well, we'll have the best comparison to them in a moment, which is on the next page. Iron Golems, like they used to be the better version of Chaos Warriors because they had the +1 to save. But this unit has an FAQ question. You ready for this? Add 1 to save rolls for attacks that target this unit if it has not made a normal move in the same turn. Yeah? You with me so far?
No.
Is run the same thing as a normal move now?
No.
Okay, so I can run and still have my +1 to save?
Not made. I guess so.
Cool.
Guess that's what we're doing.
Good stuff. Excellent. Awesome.
I think that's right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yep.
They've made it very clear. Yeah, they're different. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
Sure.
like that feels like not what they were aiming at, and they just missed that. But like, if they walk normally, then they don't get the same bonus. But if they just go all out, they're good still.
Yeah, I made a normal move or run. Yeah, that's an easy fix.
Right.
But yeah, good catch. See them still getting some play. Obviously, Nurgle. Add 1 to save rolls is still great on a 4+ base save. They're fairly cheap still. Not as they used to be too cheap. They were like 70 points previously, but yeah, I could still see them getting some play.
Yep.
300 points per 30 block. Even Markham Slanesh just for the run and charge as a pinning unit.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's interesting.
So they get that +1 to save still. You all defense them. They're 2 up.
Yeah. They'll be getting it on the opponent's turn. Absolutely. Pretty cool.
And yes, in the opponent's turn, you always get it. Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
absolutely right, Ridge. I was just more interested by the fact that you could just have it all the time. Yeah, because if you just Slanesh mark them and then run and charge around, it's just you're just +1 to save all the time, which is fun. Okay, Untamed Beasts still do the Untamed Beast thing, which is pre-game move, which always has some amount of value to it. So Untamed Beasts will always have some value because pre-game moves are good. It turns out. So there you go. The Dark Oath Savagers, probably what you want to know what fair Snake Boys look like? It's these guys.
Yeah.
Because they also have like 3 models that get +1 attack. Okay, with the Slaughterborn and the 2 proven. They have the little God Speaker who can like maybe sometimes give you bonus command points. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. But they do a mortal on a 6 to hit, and it's in addition for them. And if they gain control of an objective previously controlled by the opponent, they get a 5-up ward. Right? But there are 2 attacks, 4s and 4s, no Ren 1 damage. That's all the difference in the world. Right? They're the same exact points cost. They're 100 points for 10. But the comparison is so wild.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, they're good. Like, this should be like a good offensive unit. If you read that, you're like, yeah, sure, this unit comes in, makes 23 attacks, 6 to hit or mortal wounds in addition.
Fairly tanky.
I think it's just a Slaughterborn that gets the extra attack. The proven 2 in every 10 models are proven. They get add 1 to damage.
Oh, you're sorry. Yeah, they're +1 to damage. You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
just
So,
reference.
but okay. Yeah, still fine. But yeah, so 21 attacks. Sorry, not 23. But this feels like the fair version of what that scroll should be, right?
And
Like,
yeah, I want to like these guys. I don't know. They're
because they look amazing.
look amazing. They're almost there. I don't feel like they're quite there. Jordan, do they get over the hump for you or not quite?
I think take out Splinter Fang and these guys are there.
Right.
Like it's the comparison that I think is affecting our judgment of this unit. But like we just said, like even we were talking about Splinter Fang. If they went down to 2 attacks, they're still really good. These guys are that, but as Vince said, it's in addition, and they potentially are getting a 5-up board. They have a better save. These guys are good.
The board is cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I would just like to take that Splintered Fang scroll and just yeet it into the sun so we can all play the cool looking barbarians and just be like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. But yeah, here we are. Raptorix, no. Okay, we're just scooting. Furies, like I said, Battle Line and Legion of the First Prince. And I love these little dudes. Yes, you get 6 of them, which kind of makes it annoying for coherency. But exactly what base size they're on is a mystery. Is it 25s? Is it 32s? Who knows? Well, the PDF says 32s, I believe, but they come with 25s.
25s, yeah.
They're like Schrodinger's base, At any rate, but they have the piss off in combat, right? So when you pick them to fight, they can just leave, and they're a 12-inch fly, so they will definitely get away from whatever is attacking them. They can just leave, just piss off. Like, it's great. And they're undivided. Like they have a mark. Doesn't do much for them, but they do have a mark. So.
Yeah, I love these guys. I've been running 1x6. I've gone to now 2x6. They're my staying on brand, on theme, on aesthetic theme instead of running Cabal or like Cabal maybe are a little bit more utility, but they're fantastic. They look cool. Yeah, price points, fan.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. Sorry, it's the other way around. They come with 28s, but the PDF says 25. I'm sorry. They're still, it's like some ridiculousness. Who knows? The Mind Stealer took a real, since the previous book, no longer a monster. He can still play a game with them to make them fight last, but now it's the bad way where you have to roll 2d6 against their bravery. On the bright side, though, it is at the start of the combat phase now, which is a much easier timing to make that happen. Like, admittedly, the timing on the old one was kind of shapoopy, right? So it's cool. It's just like, it very much, as usual, is going to depend on what armies you're fighting, whether or not you ever make anybody fight last. There is still a lot of Bravery 10 in this world. In this book.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you and I talked, it's a perfect sideboard piece if this game was all about, two-list format or sideboard. It is equal to or better than Bravery. So there's obviously a lot in the game that's 7 Bravery or less, and you just need to roll average to get value. But too many armies, as you said, have a Bravery of 10. So it's not going to see a lot of play, competitively at least.
Yep. Let's see. The Fomoroid Crusher. He still does the little mortal wound thing where if you're trying to, you can pick one terrain feature within 6 inches of this model and roll dice for each other unit within 6 inches of that terrain feature, and any that garrison it on a 3+, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. If it's picked, if the thing picked is a faction terrain feature or defensible terrain feature and the roll is 3 or more, the terrain feature is demolished if it was defensible, and the scenery rules in the war scroll cannot be used for the rest of the battle. 100 points. Also not a monster anymore. But like his use is in weird wonky depravity farming and other goofy stuff like that. That's how he gets used. So
yeah.
I agree, Ridge. Why'd they kill the fun minigame? Guess the Dice was like the best part about the Mindstealer Phalanx. It was so fun. Stop killing the fun minigames, GW. Zarshia Bittersoul, this is where Mask of Darkness went, if you were curious where the teleport went. The problem is she can only use it on her own people. It can only target Kagra's Ravagers, however you say that.
It was so close. Besides that keyword, it would have made this unit actually so interesting.
Right? Right?
Like,
I would have been very interested in this Underworld's Warband if they hadn't locked the spell to freaking her unit of 3 Chaos Warriors. Like, why? This could have been good.
yeah.
It could have been a contender.
A great place to put a spell that they're phasing out from the main lore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, could have been, yeah.
Yeah, so then you got to take the dedicated caster. It's more expensive.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been a commitment. It would have been a great way to still keep it in there so you still had access to the thing. Like, it would have been a great use for these very gorgeous models because this Underworld's Warband is absolutely fantastic.
Instead, they become my Sorcerer Lord, Chaos Lord, and two Exalted Heroes.
100%.
Yep. That's exactly right. Hey, look at the bright side. What a great investment that Underworld's Warband is. You get 4 heroes out of it, so it's good stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go. Your other camera's back.
Yeah. It overheated.
Oh, is that what happened? Got it.
Yeah.
That's what happens when we go this long. All right, we'll talk about the endless spells, and then we'll close this out. Eightfold Doom Sigil. This thing still has the wackiest of timings, okay?
Yeah.
But I don't hate this thing at 40 points. I'm just going to say that. Yes, it can be dispelled very easily because it casts on a 5. My answer is I don't care. Right? Like, you can kind of just throw it out there. It's anybody slain within 12, and the +1 attack is wholly within 18. That's quite a big radius around the thing. If you think there's going to be some fighting in an area, you just kind of like throw it out there, and then as things die, as models die, it just passes out a bunch of +1 to attacks. And yes, your opponent gets to pick it half the time. It does it at the end of every turn. Okay, and it's about whose turn it is, who gets to pass out the +1 attacks. But like, okay. It's fun. So, and like, are people really going to waste a spell on dispelling this thing? If they do, I don't think I care that much, is my honest answer. Like, great. Good on you. Well done. Like, it's fine. So.
What do you think, Jordan?
Yeah, I don't see myself taking a lot. Maybe in more casting heavy builds. As Vince said, it's interesting, but it's not like groundbreaking or.
Agreed. Yeah. I don't want to. Please don't misread me, audience. I'm not saying like this is the 10. You've got to include this. I'm saying like at 40 points, it's funny.
Yep. If you got that room.
Yeah, I've tried it a couple of times. I can't quite get it there. At least in my experience so far, for a few reasons. To me, it's more of a defensive type piece in terms of the sequencing, like the timing of how it works. That is, all else equal, you're going to get more benefit using it as like my 9 drop list, right? I'm always having to go first, so I put this thing out. And I'm facing Iron Jaws or Mirror Match. It's something that's potentially going to come in right and hit me. Okay. Well, I've got a couple of things. I could self-immolate. I could self-harm.
Sure.
Right, through endless spells, so I could try to like kill whatever, to roll a couple of 3-ups to get me some attacks to hit back against whatever's coming in me bottom of round 1. If my opponent then doubles me, okay, I'm still getting the benefits because it happened in my original turn, or even if it happens in their turn. Anyway, it kind of gets convoluted with some of these things. The timing,
on this thing is annoying. Yes.
Yeah, because it lasts until the player's next turn. So you could potentially have, these weird situations like it's been dispelled, but you're still getting the benefit from it. It's only a wholly within 6, so it's wonky in terms of the placement. It's got to be more than 1 inch away from everything. I don't like that. But yeah, I found it to be frustrating in terms of having it hit when I really want it. Is the kind of the bottom line. Yeah,
I get it. That's completely fair. And I honestly don't know if I'd take this over a Triumph, but I tried it and it was okay. That's what I'll say.
Good point by Ridge too. Outside of Cabalists, where you have a lot more casts, you have too many things you want to cast already.
Yeah,
Totally fair. The Realm Scourge Rupture, yep, it's 60 points. Like, it's cool because it still does what it used to do, which is, it halves move characteristics and some mortal wound splash damage. It's not bad. My problem with it remains that it doesn't move quite as far as I would really want it to. I like that it casts on a 7. I actually enjoy that, which makes it a little bit more sticky. I just wish it went farther. That's really what it was. If this thing was like, if it started within 12 and then went 9, I'd be a much bigger fan of the Rupture. So,
I've tried it out a little bit. There's something there. I don't think it's gonna get played a lot. It's not bad. It's certainly a lot more attractive now that it's cheaper. It used to be like 80, 90 points, something crazy.
yeah, something insane.
Yeah, like I said, there's the Jaws combo, which can be nice. You're doing mortal wound, just slowing your opponent down. Like you said, it's a little sticky, so you have to go. If you have to go first, cool. Put this out. Your opponent fails to dispel it. All right, good. Now it's hitting them. Right, you're going 9 and 9, and then in your opponent's hero phase, you're going 9 again. So you're hitting something. If you've got Jaws out, you're getting leverage. Maybe double tap Jaws as well. But in general, it's probably not going to see a lot of play.
Yep. And then the Demon Rift,
terrible.
it spits a bunch of mortal wounds. Okay, cool. Great. There we go. We got it. Nailed it. Now, because you both did this, and it's the end of the show, and for those people who've stuck around this late, I wanna make sure they get a little bonus action, but we're gonna do this in 5 minutes. So we're gonna be quick here. All right. So we got some sample lists for you. Jordan, take us through your Knights of the Empty Throne sample list you sent along to me.
Sweet, yeah. So Knights of the Empty Throne, obviously talked about the 12 Varendar that I'm enjoying. Unit 6 with Fell Spears, that's the general, lets them issue the 5-up rally to themselves or the other Varendar, which are 2 units of 3 with the Fell Spear, or sorry, the other weapon, not the Fell Spears. And this is like the first thing that came to my mind at like quick glance over the book, but it's all fast. It all hits really hard. You guys have kind of sold me on the 5s of Chaos Knights, actually, after listening to you guys talk. And even potentially looking at, mixing up the marks a little more than I did here. But this is your blunt hammer spike list that's going to like go in, run stuff over. It's got really high threat range with the run and charge and potential of demonic speed. Good buffs from the spellcasting. Obviously, the Arcane Tome on the Sorcerer Lord. Yeah, this is like not going to be it's going to be a strong build, and it will run over stuff like Iron Jaws does.
Yeah.
It's not subtle. There's not the same amount of tech, but you still got like the cartridge rack, fighting at the start, activating the knights, clearing screens, and then you activate a unit of 6 Varendar. If you can catch your opponent out, open them up with your units of 3 Varendar, and then get in there with everything else. Like you can run over some stuff.
Yeah, I really back the Knights as 2x5. And then I just give the Ensorcelled Banner to the Slanesh once they also get the +1 attack on the charge has been my play. But you can do that to taste, right? But the point is that it just like I love it as being able to split them up into punch, counter punch. I found it so much more effective. I watched 10 Knights accidentally get caught by in that first game we played. I watched 10 Knights get caught by Avlinor. And it was like, well, there goes those 10 Knights. They're all dead now.
Yeah, I think maybe in Knights of the Empty Throne, there's a little more room for it because at least with the Varendar, you have other big hammers.
Sure.
Where you can afford to maybe be tied up a little more because you have other stuff that's going to clear through. But just, the potential that, again, these having 3 units activate first and then, the 6 Varendar potentially activating twice. It's very scary.
That's great. Simple, effective. I love it. Okay, now let's talk about the not simple. First of all, I want everybody to look at this wonderful, clean, simple, easy to read list that Jordan sent me. And now let's look at, so now let's go over to Tyler's list. This mess of text that he sent me earlier today.
Talking about this is Warscroll Builder style.
I understand. Just a lot of text to put on a page.
Absolutely. Kabbalist, obviously, Grand strategy, like I said, I'm not really sure. I wouldn't show up dominance because of the 20 Chaos Warriors hanging out in the middle, all four quarters of the battlefield. A lot of games probably going to survive pretty well. Triumph Bloodthirsty. This army wants to hit charges, obviously. So I've talked a lot about the three, not over-investing in heroes with Kabbalist and in general. So I've got 100 some heroes, right? 2 Chaos Lord, Stork Lord, both Chaos Lords retinue to the 20 Chaos Warriors to protect them on multiple fronts. General Master of Magic to help with getting the battle tactic so that you don't screw that up where you're rolling on the Eye of the Gods table. He's got Chaotic Conduit to make sure that goes off. Demonic, just kind of spreading around demonic speed. Any Damnation is amazing for the Always Strike Last. So yeah, this list is casting 5 spells, some games 6, 7, depending on Eye of the Gods, how that goes. Slanesh Marks to have the leverage with the units of Knights, and then the Chosen to give really good threat ranges, particularly counterpunching. And then, yeah, I mean, a lot of the, I think, meat and potatoes of mini lists that we're going to be seeing, right? 20 Warriors, 2x5 Knights, 10 Chosen. And then setting the 2x6 Furies could have easily been like an Unmade and a Cabal. Sure. 2x8 Cabal. But I just want to go with this particular theme. So I've got 2x6 Furies. They're good enough. Lovely little units. And then Burning Head and Ravening Snatching Jaws to pump out some range mortal wound damage, which has been a really nice combo. Burning Head last game did 9 mortal wounds in 1 hero phase. Like, I love that spell for 20 points. Warlord, Bounty Hunters, 140 wounds, pretty high wound count, particularly because of all those Furies. Yeah, they die easily, but pretty good wound count. 9 drops. I'm playing a 1-drop list this weekend. So it is a lot of drops. You're going to be going first. But yeah, I've really been enjoying this list. I think as a meat and potatoes kind of list that can compete well against a lot of different things, it's pretty good reflection of what you can do with this Battletome, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I like it. Yeah. It's keeping the heroes minimized to get a lot of the good meat on the table, right? Between the big unit of Chaos Warriors, the big unit of Chosen, still having 2x5 Knights, right? Like, yeah, it's keeping the hero pack tight. Yeah, solid.
Got these 2 little units. We talked at the start of the show, like basic Warhammer, right? Put Furies on an objective. Then you're counterattacking what comes in the Furies. You're not overexposing your Knights. You're keeping your Knights in the backfield, right? Yep. With great mobility from Khorne, demonic power, demonic speed, from Slanesh, hero command ability on the run and charge. Yeah, so it's been fun.
Nice. And there we go, folks. That brings us to the end. So awesome. Well done. Thank you, everybody. Jordan, thanks for sticking it out. We did end up going longer than I wanted, but I appreciate it, man. You're a trooper.
It's a blast.
Thank you, sir. Great to have you on. We will definitely have you back. Maybe we'll do the powers combined show. We'll get both you and Ridge together on here. We'll just have a whole big party.
And we got to get Carl on too. We haven't had Carl on yet.
There you go. Let's do it. We will just have the big party. We'll have the entire Rerolling Ones crew on at the same time. We'll do it for some kind of ridiculous anniversary. We'll get a stupid number of people in here, and we'll all just have the grandest of time. But for all of you out there, thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate it. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe if you haven't. If you want to support the channel, hey, guess what? There's a Patreon link down below. You can do that. Focused on your hobby and taking your next step on your hobby journey. If you want to support in other ways, there's also a merch store down there. You can make your vote heard for Team Tom versus Team Tyler. Again, that contest runs through the end of the year. You got a month and a half left to make your voice heard of who is the best co-host through the way we decide everything in society, capitalism. So, but as always, I appreciate so much all of you watching. And as always, we'll see you next Wednesday.